Chapter 1368. What did you say? Junior Marshal Sister Yen brought back a few people, and one of them is that Dragon Gate's divine alchemist who isn't even 100 years old? A deep voice echoed in a luxurious room. The speaker was a young man in his 30s. His appearance couldn't be considered handsome, but he was sufficiently callous and resolute, giving off a very calm and magnanimous demeanor. This man was dressed in an alchemist's robe, and there was an exquisite badge hanging on his chest. His entire body was emitting a faintly discernible green flame, and his pair of bright and spirited eyes emitted a faint green flame, making him look extremely oppressive. The one who was talking to him was a beautiful woman who was wearing revealing clothes. This woman had the status of a martial artist. Her soft armor wrapped around her impressive figure to the fullest, revealing 2 pink lotuses. Her rosy white skin was extremely alluring, and her lustful eyes gave people a primitive impulse. This woman was called Sun Chunhua, and she was a member of the Alchemy Union. However, she wasn't an alchemist and was only a newly advanced divine king. She followed this divine alchemist Miao Qingyue and could be considered one of his women. The Alchemy Union naturally wasn't only made up of alchemists. There were also some who specialized in martial arts. Only with the two complementing each other could there be such a flourishing situation. Sun Chunhua moved closer to Miao Qingyue, and her ample chest pressed against his shoulder as she coyly said, "Isn't that so? This divine alchemist Ling Xiao isn't bad. He's also Dragon Gate's Sinjin of Goguryeo, and has intimidated many divine alchemists outside the city." Then, Junior Marshal Sister Yen summoned him to rest in the palace hall. Her attitude was extremely good. Sun Chunhua naturally knew that Miao Qingyue's sweetheart was Yen Djiao. In his eyes, she was merely a dispensable woman. She couldn't accept this. She was wholeheartedly devoted to him, yet he was still thinking about that woman. Now that there was a chance to sow discord, how could she not seize it? As long as he gave up on Yen Djiao, wouldn't he still be hers? Miao Qingyue's expression twitched, but he remained calm and collected as he said, "There's nothing strange about that. Didn't she bring 3 master alchemists who aren't even 1,000 years old to the palace? One more won't make a difference." "That's true, but this time it concerns Junior Sister's marriage. It is said that whoever wins the first place will be invited by the Yao elders to be their son-in-law. This Ling Xiao has an advantage over the others because he proposed to personally pay a visit to the 3 Yao elders. It can be seen that he is very confident," Sun Chunhua said. She didn't forget to add, "I think Senior Brother Miao and Junior Sister Qin are a match made in heaven. Those people are nothing." Miao Qingyue wasn't a hothead. He felt very uncomfortable hearing Sun Chunhua's words, but he also knew that this woman was trying to sow discord and make him give up on his junior sister. However, she had underestimated his intelligence. His pair of green eyes flickered a few times towards Sun Chunhua. He held the woman in his arms, his big hands fiercely covering the woman's plump breasts, forcefully kneading them. "Ah!" Miao Qingyue used so much force that Sun Chunhua couldn't help but cry out in pain. The ripples of lust in her beautiful eyes became even stronger. "Senior Brother Miao, it's not worth it for that little demoness. Don't you feel that I'm more considerate and soft towards you?" Sun Chunhua took the opportunity to brag. From her point of view, as long as she could settle her senior brother, her position in the guild would skyrocket in the future. Miao Qingyue knew that Sun Chunhua was a snobbish woman, but he didn't mind letting this beauty go. "Take off the godly armor for me," Miao Qingyue faintly said to Sun Chunhua. Sun Chunhua's beautiful eyes rippled as she said, "Senior brother, you're really impatient, but I like it." Sun Chunhua's body lightly turned, and the godly armor instantly disappeared from her body, leaving behind only an undergarment that was as thin as a cicada's wing. The full area was faintly discernible and was very eye-catching, causing one's blood to surge endlessly. "Senior brother, love me well." Sun Chunhua coiled towards Miao Qingyue like a snake and coquettishly said. Miao Qingyue lightly swallowed his breath. He ruthlessly pressed her under his crotch and ravaged her to his heart's content, causing this woman to scream again and again. Miao Qingyue didn't forget to pinch Sun Chunfeng's chest during the battle and warned, It's fine if you want to be my woman, but don't treat everyone as a fool. Junior sister Yen is mine. If you know what's good for you, then be my servant. I won't mistreat you. Sun Chunhua had already fallen into a state of boundless satisfaction. So how could she listen to Miao Qingyue's words? I know, use more force. Oh, I'm about to die. Ling Xiao, Ling Fei, and the others all stayed in the room and didn't wander around. Although there weren't many forbidden areas in this palace city, the people outside were all from the medicine guild. They were just some ordinary alchemists interacting with each other, so there wasn't anything that attracted them. They sensed that there were also other people living near the room they had been placed in. It was obvious that they had also been brought here a step earlier. Ling Xiao thought to himself, looks like this palace isn't the only one receiving special treatment. Not long after they settled down, there was a hurried knock on their door. Open the door, open the door. A very unarrogant voice rang out from outside the door. Ling Xiao, Ling Fei, and the others became somewhat dissatisfied. Ling Xiao cursed inwardly. Could this be the way the medicine guild treats its guests? They angrily walked over and opened the door. They saw a bald man with only a small braid on his head knocking on the door, his face full of disdain. What's the matter? Ling Fei coldly looked at the man with the braid and shouted. Judging from this person's clothes, he wasn't from the medicine guild, nor was he an attendant they had arranged. Are you people from Dragon Gate? Our divine alchemist Jiang Xian invites you to meet him. The man with the braid lifted his head and looked at Ling Fei with disdain. Who's divine alchemist Jiang Xian? Although Ling Fei didn't like the man with the braid's attitude, he still asked patiently. He was afraid that this divine alchemist was a member of the medicine guild, so he shouldn't offend him. The man with the braid looked discontented. We're from the Demon Tiger sect. Divine alchemist Jiang Xian is the most outstanding and the youngest alchemist of our sect in the past 100,000 years. He's not even 500 years old yet. He's going to be the future husband of goddess In Djiao. Isn't he worth meeting? The man with the braid looked arrogant as if he was the owner of this place. Demon Tiger sect is nothing. Get lost. Ling Fei was enraged when he heard him mention the Demon Tiger sect. His half-incipient god realm aura shot out and sent the god king with the braid flying. The man with the braid only had the mid-level king god realm, so he couldn't even withstand one blow. This kind of trash dares to come here and clamor? He doesn't know what's good for him. Ling Fei closed the door and said disdainfully, the Kim people and the Demon Tiger tribe were enemies. The two tribes had a long history of resentment, and the Heavenly Dragon tribe and the Demon Tiger sect couldn't exist under the same sky. This man with the braid dared to talk like that in front of Ling Fei. He was courting death. Do you know who this Jiang Xian is? Ling Xiao heard the man with the braid, so he immediately asked the others. Ling Fei shook his head to show that he didn't know. Lan Qi said, this Jiang Xian is just a branch disciple of the Demon Tiger tribe, but he has a high alchemy tenbin. He became a divine alchemist dozens of years ago. At that time, he was only around 400 years old, and he had the mid-level king god realm. He was considered the most promising character to become the next supreme in the Heavenly Tiger territory. This time, he should join the alchemist conference just like you, divine alchemist Ling Xiao. Oh, no wonder why he's so arrogant. He dares to bully our Dragon Gate. Ling Xiao said. It is said that this Jiang Xian has fallen in love with divine alchemist Yen Djiao, who brought us here. There is also an inside story behind this alchemy conference. The three alchemy gods want to choose the most outstanding young divine alchemist to be divine alchemist Yen Djiao's husband. This Jiang Xian wants to take advantage of this opportunity to marry the divine lady so that his Demon Tiger tribe and the alchemy union can work together in a futile attempt to dominate the heaven region. Lan Qi clearly understood many things and explained. His appetite is quite big. Isn't he afraid of bursting to death? Ling Fei sneered. He paused for a moment before turning to Ling Xiao and saying, little brother, why don't you take action and get that Yen Djiao? If our Kim people join hands with the alchemy union, the Demon Tiger tribe will definitely piss their pants in fear. A few black lines appeared on Ling Zhao's forehead as he inwardly said, "I will never sell my body." If anyone who knew him heard this, they would look at him with disdain. If he didn't sell his body, how could he have so many wives? Who would have thought that Lan Qi would also agree with him? That's right. With divine alchemist Ling Zhao's strength and charm, I believe that Yan Dijiao will be very interested in you. The other two also smiled and nodded in agreement. They knew that Ling Zhao's alchemy level had already surpassed their sect's chief divine alchemist, Zhang Can. It wouldn't be difficult for him to stand out among these young divine alchemists. Needless to say, Ling Xiao also felt that Ling Fei's suggestion was quite good. This woman's background was very powerful, and from her appearance, she was definitely an extremely beautiful woman. Marrying her could be considered gaining both wealth and beauty. This was definitely the dream of any man. However, Ling Xiao was only thinking about it. He already had enough women and couldn't add any more. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to deal with this relationship. Moreover, once he became a supreme divine alchemist, wouldn't it be easy for him to get what he wanted? He didn't need to sell his body and sacrifice his luck. In exchange for all of this, Ling Xiao felt that he had to stand his ground. Even if this woman chased after him, it would still be the same. He absolutely couldn't allow his principles to be easily destroyed. Just as they were chatting, a series of hurried knocks came from outside the door again. "People from the Dragon Gate, come out. You actually dared to injure our Demon Tiger Sex people? You must be tired of living." An angry roar came from outside the door. Chapter 1369. That clown is here. Ling Fei sneered and stood up immediately. He walked to the door and pulled it open. Ling Xiao and the other three also walked out. They didn't believe that the others dared to stir up trouble here. When he walked out of the door, he saw that there were a total of 8 people on the other side. The man with the braid who was injured earlier was among them. His eyes were filled with hatred as he stared at Ling Fei, as if he wanted to swallow Ling Fei alive. Among these 8 people, 5 of them were at half-incipient God Realm and the other 3 were at King God Realm. They were from the Demon Tiger sect. There was a young man in the middle of the 8 people. He was extraordinarily handsome, and there was a strong sense of killing intent between his brows. His tiger-like eyes flashed with arrogance. He wore an alchemist robe and had a divine badge pinned to his chest. He wore a tiger-shaped band on his head, which gave him a bit of a grandeur. He was the most outstanding divine alchemist of the Demon Tiger sect, Jiang Xian. He was almost 500 years old. Dozens of years ago, he was already a divine alchemist at King God Realm. "What are you knocking for? Do you want to die?" Ling Fei glared at the people in front of him and shouted impolitely. He knew that they didn't come with good intentions. Of course, he wouldn't try to persuade them. Really arrogant. "Don't forget that this isn't your Dragon Gate," said Jiang Tu, the strongest half-incipient God Realm expert of the Demon Tiger sect. You also know that this is not our Heavenly Dragon sect. However, this is also not your Devil Tiger sect. It is better for you to keep a low profile in someone else's territory. Otherwise, you will lose face for their master. If that happens, we will not be the ones to suffer. The moment Ling Fei said this, the Devil Tiger sect's arrogance was indeed reduced by quite a bit. However, they couldn't just retreat just like that. Jiang Xian opened his mouth and said, "Which one of you is Ling Xiao? Come out and let this divine alchemist take a look and see if you're really Tenbin talented." A divine alchemist who's not even 100 years old, TSK. Even if you started concocting pills in your mother's womb, you wouldn't have this kind of ability. Jiang Xian had always been a very proud person. Although he did not inherit the true bloodline of the demonic tiger clan, he had obtained a heaven-defying opportunity from a young age. His performance in alchemy was astonishing, so the resources he received were no less than the direct descendants of the demonic tiger clan, or even more. Originally, he felt that he was the youngest divine alchemist, but he heard that there were 2 people in the Medicine Alliance who were as outstanding as him. They were Miao Qingyue and Yan Daijiao. Miao Qingyue was about the same age as him, but Yan Daijiao was much younger than them. Therefore, Their Devil Tiger clan had set up a marriage alliance with the intention of letting Jiang Xian obtain that Yan Dai Jiao, and it could be considered as a perfect pair. However, the alchemy conference this time was the Medicine Alliance's preliminary selection for Yan Dai Jiao. This news was only known by some of the Medicine Alliance's inner court elders. Others were not aware of it. Jiang Xian was determined to obtain the first place in this alchemy conference, so he would not allow any mistakes to occur. However, just now, he actually heard that Yan Dai Jiao had personally gone to receive the Dragon Gate's divine alchemist to this palace city. This made him feel extremely uncomfortable. In fact, even if the Dragon Gate's divine alchemist was brought here in advance, he would not have thought much of it. However, he felt that a goddess like Yan Dai Jiao would not lower herself to receive someone. She should have sent someone else to do it. After all, he did not have such an honor to come here. However, the divine alchemist of their Devil Tiger sect's archenemy, the Dragon Gate, had such treatment. He could not help but feel jealous. Just because you don't have the ability doesn't mean that others don't have the ability. Go back to where you came from. Stop buzzing around like a housefly and disturbing my peace, Ling Xiao said without any trace of politeness. When the members of the Devil Tiger sect heard Ling Xiao's words, their expressions became gloomy. Sharp-tongued. You must be Ling Xiao. I wonder what your alchemy skills are like. If you have the ability, let's have a competition right now. Whoever loses will be kicked out of here and won't need to participate in the alchemy conference. What do you think? Jiang Xian stared coldly at Ling Xiao and said, if Ling Xiao's tenbin made him jealous, then when he saw Ling Xiao's face that attracted women, his jealousy grew even stronger. Think about it. Which woman would not like a capable and handsome man? Therefore, Jiang Xian did not wish for Ling Xiao to stay here any longer and ruin his plans. Honestly speaking, you do not have the qualifications to challenge me, Ling Xiao replied without any trace of politeness. Fine. When the time comes for the alchemy conference, I will let you know what true alchemy is. Jiang Xian saw that Ling Xiao was not affected by his provocation and agreed repeatedly. He then said, what about the fact that you guys injured our people just now? We did not injure him. He must have accidentally fallen and injured himself. Ling Fei was just about to reply when Ling Xiao beat him to it. Get lost. He was obviously the one who injured me just now. How dare you lie through your teeth? The man with the braid pointed at Ling Fei and shouted. What proof do you have to prove that he injured you? Ling Xiao asked in return. What proof do I need? The man with the braid replied. You're really stupid. We've been sitting in the room the whole time. How did we injure you? Don't tell me you came looking for a beating? You guys of the Demon Tiger sect are all sick. If you don't have anything to say, then get lost. Of course, if you want to fight here, that's fine as long as you can afford to offend the owner of this place. Ling Xiao wasn't polite at all, criticizing the man with the braid and the people of the Demon Tiger sect. When it came to eloquence, Ling Xiao was miles ahead of these people. Damn it! I'm going to kill you. A half-incipient God Realm expert of the Demon Tiger sect couldn't stand it anymore. He thundered and wanted to attack Ling Xiao's team. However, Jiang Tu stopped him and said, don't be impulsive. They know that we can't fight here, so they purposely provoked us. If we fall into their trap, we'll be in big trouble. Pausing for a while, he looked at Ling Xiao's team and said, what's the use of arguing? Why don't we have an alchemy competition in advance? You and divine alchemist Jiang Xian will compete together. Then we'll invite the people of Palace City to evaluate. Whoever loses will get lost from Palace City. What do you think? Jiang Xian immediately sneered and said, that's right. Whoever loses will get lost. I don't know if the cowards of the Dragon Gate have this kind of guts. Among the genius alchemists who were invited to Palace City, Jiang Xian felt that the most threatening one was Ling Xiao. He looked to be around 100 years old, but he was already an alchemist. One could imagine his future prospects. If the three great masters of the Alchemy Union valued him, then the Demon Tiger tribe's plan would fail. This wasn't a situation they wanted to see. They had to make preparations in advance to prevent such a thing from happening. Therefore, Jiang Xian said this in order to get Ling Xiao out of the competition in advance. What a good plan. However, this also showed that Jiang Xian was very confident in his alchemy ability. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said this. Before Ling Xiao could say anything, Ling Fei loudly said, "Let's compete then. We'll do as you said. Whoever loses will get lost. I hope you won't cry and beg to stay." Dragon Gate and the Demon Tiger sect were irreconcilable enemies. Since the other party said this, Ling Fei was naturally angry. Moreover, he believed that Ling Xiao wouldn't disappoint him. Ling Xiao thought to himself, "Brother is too impatient. He gets angry so easily and will easily fall into the other party's trap." Although Ling Xiao was very confident in himself, since the other party dared to raise such a request, needless to say, he had absolute confidence. He had no choice but to be careful. However, Ling Fei already said it. What else could he say? Besides, the other party also immediately sealed off their retreat route. "Alright, we'll let the Alchemy Union's divine alchemist be the judge immediately. The two of us will refine pills openly. No matter what method, as long as whoever can refine a divine pill, then we'll compare to see whose pill refinement is better." Jiang Xian agreed readily. A cold, faint smile flashed across his eyes. It was as if he could already see the dawn of victory. Ling Xiao, Ling Fei, and the rest also heard the meaning of Jiang Xian's words. That sentence, "no matter what method," definitely contained some conspiracy. Lan Qi reminded Ling Xiao by the side, "Be careful. The Demon Tiger tribe is very adept at playing dirty." Ling Xiao could tell that this Jiang Xian only had middle-stage divine king strength at a glance. It was indeed very good for him to have this kind of strength at his age. But he was a genuine peak divine king. Jiang Xian didn't seem to have the qualifications to play dirty with him. Furthermore, as long as he wanted to play, how could this Jiang Xian be his match? "Alright, let's begin immediately. We will only refine a cauldron of divine pills. No matter what method we use, the winner is the king, and the loser is the bandit." Ling Xiao said with a faint smile, "Haha, you have guts. Then I'll send someone to explain to the Medicine Alliance and let them send someone to be the judge." Jiang Xian laughed arrogantly. Immediately after, they brought their people back to their residences and sent people to find the people from the Medicine Alliance at the same time. When they just returned to their residence, Jiang Tu immediately said to Jiang Xian in a deep voice, "Jiang Xian, you might have to be careful. That Ling Xiao actually has the strength of a peak divine king." "What, he's a peak divine king? Could I have seen wrongly?" Jiang Xian said in shock. "Absolutely not. I suspect that he's a cultivator who stole his body. Otherwise, how could he be so outstanding? You have to be careful." Jiang Tu replied with certainty. "If that's the case, then it'll be difficult for me to use fire control skills to deal with him." Jiang Xian revealed a troubled expression. After pausing for a moment, he said, "Looks like I can only use that move." At the same time, a sharp light flashed in his eyes, as if he was already determined to win. Oh! Within the palace city, Yan Dai Jiao had already received the news that Ling Xiao and Jiang Xian were going to compete in advance. Her beautiful eyes rippled with charm as she said to the black-robed elder beside her, "Since they want to compete, then as the host we can't be petty. I'll go and be their judge. At the same time, our guild will provide the divine materials for them to refine pills, and the divine pills will belong to them." This black-robed elder was called He Wei, and he was one of Yan Dai Jiao's protector elders. He Wei objected, "Miss, if we let them do this, I'm afraid that many people will leave before the convention even starts. This won't be good for our guild, right? It's fine. Sooner or later, someone will be eliminated. Letting them settle their grudges in advance won't affect the progress of the convention. Moreover, I also want to see if they have the qualifications to meet the three masters in advance." Yan Dai Jiao replied. Chapter 1370. The competition between Ling Xiao and Jiang Xian didn't cause too much of a commotion in the city. After all, the alchemy conference hadn't begun yet. It was already good enough that they could obtain the Medicine Guild's support for their private actions. Thus, the Dragon Gate and Demon Tiger sex people were brought to a place for them to refine pills to settle their personal grudges. Dgao would be the judge. However, this news somehow reached her senior brother Miao Qingyue's ears, and he actually wanted to be the judge. Dgao couldn't object to this. After all, he was her senior brother. There were a few tall platforms in an independent place where restrictions had been melted away. There was a strong medicinal fragrance in the air, and it was obvious that this was where the Medicine Guild's divine alchemists usually refined pills. The two divine alchemists wanting to determine the winner in advance is a violation of our guild's rules. But since the two of you have made such a strong request, we can only try our best to satisfy you. However, I still feel that it's better for the two of you to maintain harmony. No matter who wins or loses, don't damage the harmony, Miao Qingyue said to Ling Xiao and Jiang Xian, who were already on the platform. A calm smile appeared on Miao Qingyue's face. He was very happy for these two groups to fight each other. This way, he would have fewer opponents. Dgao was still wearing a veil. She blinked her beautiful eyes and said, "Our guild will be in charge of the pills that the two divine alchemists need to refine. I've also already told the 3 Yao elders that whoever wins can accept their request to visit. All right, today I'll let the 3 Yao elders and goddess know my alchemy skills," Jiang Xian said confidently. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, had a calm expression, as if he was constantly smiling. He didn't seem nervous at all. He thought to himself, just use whatever methods you have. You'll be crying when the time comes. In the end, the two of them decided to refine Divine King pills. This was a pill that even novice divine alchemists would find difficult to refine. It didn't matter what pill Ling Xiao refined. With his abilities, it would be a piece of cake. Dgao arranged for everyone to have a set of divine materials. As per their request, a cauldron of divine pills would determine the victor. It's not too late to admit defeat. Otherwise, you'll lose very badly, Jiang Xian said with a provocative smile. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, "Since you are so confident, why don't we increase the stakes? What do you think?" Jiang Xian raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so confident. However, he thought that Ling Xiao was just bluffing. "Are you trying to scare me? This divine teacher will do whatever you want," Jiang Xian replied. Ling Xiao sneered and said, "Fine. Then I'll add a small prize. Not a lot, just 2 billion divine gems and 500 divine herbs." After saying so, a pile of divine gems and a batch of divine herbs appeared in front of Ling Xiao, and he put them all into a spatial ring. Yang Kai waved the spatial ring and said, "I believe divine teacher Jiang can take out such a small prize. I have several golden dragon fruits here. I hope you can add a few of your Demon Tiger clan's specialty Demon Tiger Fiend vines to these stakes. In any case, I don't mind." The Demon Tiger Fiend vines were a dark attribute divine material. For dark attribute cultivators, it was a top-grade item. Not only could it enhance the strength of dark attribute divine kings, but it also had a certain chance of allowing one to comprehend Tiger Fiend Qi. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't need to use the Demon Tiger Fiend vines, but his subordinates, Savage Leopard and Mad Tooth, desperately needed them. Jiang Xian was also taken aback by Ling Xiao's sudden, small prize. He cursed inwardly. If this is a small prize, then how many divine treasures are needed for it to be considered a big prize? His expression became somewhat gloomy. Ling Xiao's false bravado had undoubtedly frightened him. Although he was a divine alchemist, he couldn't take out such a precious treasure all at once like Ling Xiao had. 2 billion divine crystals and 500 divine herbs could be exchanged for many divine treasures. It was enough for many divine kings to absorb and advance. Miao Qingyue and Dgao were also taken aback by Ling Xiao's sudden action. The two of them were also people with rich treasures, but they had to pay such a great price just for a single contest. This prize was simply too great. Miao Qingyue said, "Please don't let your emotions affect your decisions. You are guests of our guild, so this will make things very difficult for us." Although Miao Qingyue's words sounded like he was trying to persuade them, he didn't seem to care at all. Instead, he seemed to be adding fuel to the fire. Dgao said in a sweet voice, Let's forget about this prize. Since Divine Alchemist Jiang is in such a difficult position, then let's just listen to the two of you, Ling Xiao said. But then he added, can't even afford to lose such a small prize? How boring. Ling Xiao's words were undoubtedly adding fuel to the fire, and Jiang Xian instantly flew into a rage. Let's add it then. Who's afraid of who? He couldn't lose in front of the woman he liked, nor could he allow others to look down on their devil tiger sect. After saying that, he also took out a lot of divine crystals and divine treasures like Ling Xiao and put them into his spatial ring. However, he discovered that he had less than 1.5 billion divine crystals, and he was still lacking some divine herbs. He looked a little embarrassed, then looked at Jiang Tu and transmitted a message to him. Elder Tu, lend me some divine crystals and divine herbs. Just as Jiang Tu was about to provide Jiang Xian with divine crystals and divine herbs, Ling Xiao said something that almost made them vomit blood. A dignified divine alchemist of the Devil Tiger sect doesn't even have enough divine crystals and divine herbs? TSK, it's really shameful. How about I reduce the prize a bit more? Ling Xiao said with a look of ridicule. Ling Fei immediately fanned the flames and said, haha, I heard that the Devil Tiger sect is one of the top forces in the heaven domain. To think that you can't even take out such a small amount of divine crystals and divine grass. This is indeed damaging to the reputation of the Devil Tiger sect. Humph, what's there to be proud of? This divine alchemist doesn't carry so many things with him like you nouveau riches. Jiang Xian explained angrily, then said, hand the space ring over to the smoke goddess for safekeeping. Let's not waste any more words and begin. Ling Xiao smiled and didn't say anything more, the space ring in his hand flying over to Yan Dai Jiao just like Jiang Xian's. Since the two of you trust this little girl, I'll take care of it for you. Whoever wins will win. You can begin now. Yan Dai Jiao accepted the space ring and said softly. She originally didn't like Ling Xiao's arrogance, but seeing his actions now, she felt that he really wasn't an ordinary person. Perhaps he was also hiding some kind of secret, otherwise how could he be so confident? In addition, she knew how outstanding Jiang Xian was. How could a newly promoted divine alchemist on par with her senior brother Miao be easy to deal with? She also wanted to see who would be the real winner. When the time came, she would be able to see whether they had true talent or not. In any case, Ling Xiao and Jiang Xian had already lost points in Yan Dai Jiao's eyes. In her opinion, the man she needed was not this kind of ostentatious man. She preferred a man who was calm and energetic. Ling Xiao and Jiang Xian didn't speak any nonsense and directly entered a state of alchemy. They each took out their divine cauldrons and their flames immediately soared. Ling Xiao's flame was a dark purple and looked very noble and enchanting. It was like a sprite of spirit fire, giving off a pleasant feeling. This was the flame of the demon heavenly bead. Its color had long since changed from dark blue to purple, and its firepower was even more amazing than before. As for the flame in Jiang Xian's hand, it was also a special kind of heaven flame. It was actually a completely black flame called the Netherworld Ghost Flame. It was like a black ghost flame that gave off a cold and gloomy feeling. In order to become a divine alchemist, it would be very difficult to refine the sacred animal pill if one didn't have a flame source. The speed at which the two refined the spirit grasses was very fast, and their control was very exquisite. However, Ling Xiao seemed somewhat indifferent, as if he wasn't in a hurry at all. He didn't immediately let Jiang Xian see his true level of alchemy. Right now, he was only displaying a third of his usual level. He still wanted to see what kind of trick Jiang Xian was playing to actually be so sure of his victory. In the beginning, the two of them refined the essence of the spirit grasses step by step and didn't take any drastic actions. The people standing in the air were all quietly waiting for the final moment to arrive. At this time, Miao Qingyue transmitted his voice to Yan Dijiao. Junior Sister Yan, these two are worthy of being the most outstanding of the new batch of divine alchemists. Their alchemy skills are excellent. Miao Qingyue's words undoubtedly showed his magnanimity and didn't mind praising the two of them. Yan Dijiao nodded lightly and said, yes, it wasn't a coincidence that they were able to become divine alchemists. This will depend on the moment when they condense the pill to determine the victor. Miao Qingyue said again, Junior sister, what do you think of them? I heard from Master that they intend to choose a husband for you. Senior brother, now is not the time to talk about this. Dijiao seemed to be very evasive in this aspect and replied indifferently. However, Miao Qingyue still continued, I feel that Master and the others hope that we can be together and continue to carry forward the prestige of our medicine alliance. Moreover, you should understand senior brother's intentions. At the same time, Miao Qingyue looked very seriously at Yan Dijiao, his tiger-like eyes rippling with indescribable affection. Speaking of which, this was the first time he had so solemnly confessed to his junior sister. In the past, he had at most expressed his concern and had never been so direct. Now that the alchemy conference was at hand, if his junior sister took a fancy to some divine alchemist, then he would lose the initiative. He couldn't wait any longer. Although his master and the other two martial uncles had discussed having Dijiao marry him, if Dijiao herself didn't agree, then everything would be for naught. After all, the three masters greatly respected Dijiao's opinion. Dijiao's beautiful eyes trembled slightly, and she said, Senior brother, I only treat you as my senior brother, and I feel that senior sister Tsen is more suitable for you. Miao Qingyue's expression changed, and he slightly clenched his fists as he explained, No, apart from me, who else in this world is worthy of you? Dijiao didn't respond to Miao Qingyue's words and turned her gaze to the two refining pills. A sudden change also began at this moment. Chapter 1371. The reason why Jiang Xian was so confident in winning against Ling Xiao was because his alchemy skills were indeed very good. Even for this difficult Divine King pill, he had a 70% success rate. If it wasn't for the glory of the two sects and the huge prize, he was absolutely confident that he could compete with Ling Xiao fair and square. However, this was a matter of who would be able to stay in Temple City and the glory of the two sections. He would not allow any accidents to happen. Therefore, he had another way to win this battle. Naturally, this method would not be honorable. In any case, he had already made it clear before that no matter what method he used, as long as he could win. First, let me see if your peak Divine King title is real. Jiang Xian thought in his heart. The direction of the flames he controlled changed and actually slapped towards the nearby Ling Xiao. Two black tigers suddenly appeared. They were sinister and frightening as they roared towards Ling Xiao. These two ferocious black tigers were definitely not just images. They were lifelike and full of vigor as they attacked from the left and right. Generally speaking, it was very difficult for an alchemist to multitask. Otherwise, it would easily affect the success or failure of a cauldron. However, Jiang Xian was not afraid. After he made a move, he immediately slapped his cauldron with one hand and used the other to control the black tiger's power. Despicable! Ling Fei couldn't help but curse. Jiang Tu sneered at the side. Didn't we agree that no matter what method you use, as long as you can refine a divine pill, if you can't even handle this, then what kind of divine alchemist are you? Miao Qingyue and Yan Dijiao also didn't expect Jiang Xian to play dirty. Their expressions became complicated. Miao Qingyue's expression became even more tyrannical as he thought to himself, multitasking, this Jiang Xian is quite good. Only I wonder how that Ling Xiao will deal with it. Yan Dijiao's impression of Jiang Xian instantly fell. She hated this kind of despicable person. At the same time, she was more or less worried about Ling Xiao. However, it was only a little worry for an ordinary person. When the two black tigers were about to pounce in front of Ling Xiao seemed to be completely unaware of it as he continued to make complicated hand seals and concoct pills. The people who were watching this scene became nervous. They all thought that Ling Xiao must have been too focused and didn't notice the attack coming. Rumble! The two black tigers rushed towards Ling Xiao. The astonishing energy explosion caused a frightening sound, causing the nearby spatial energy to churn unceasingly. What peak Divine King? You are nothing but an idiot. Jiang Xian sneered complacently. As long as his attack worked, Ling Xiao's mind would be shaken, and the essence of the pellets would dissipate. then Ling Xiao would be eliminated in advance. At that time, all he had to do was condense the pellets and he would win. However, before his smile could finish, his expression froze. His eyes also became astonished, and the flame in his hand almost disappeared. He hurriedly restrained his mind and controlled the flame. His fire palm kept hitting the medicine cauldron as he cursed in his heart. How is this possible? He is actually fine. Jiang Xian was a mid-level divine king. The power of his sudden attack was not weak. However, Ling Xiao was completely fine. He was still quietly concocting pills, as if the attack just now didn't hit him at all. The surrounding people also opened their mouths wide in shock. They all had an incredulous look on their faces. Ling Fei, on the other hand, said proudly, "In the face of absolute power, all schemes are useless." Ling Fei was aware of Ling Xiao's strength. However, the opponent's unexpected attack still made him break out in cold sweat. However, seeing that Ling Xiao seemed to be prepared and had already used his defensive power to block the opponent's attack, he finally relaxed. Although Jiang Tu and the others were a little surprised, it seemed to still be within their control because Jiang Xian still hadn't used his ultimate move. As long as Jiang Xian used his ultimate move, he could definitely make Ling Xiao suffer the consequences. Miao Qingyue was extremely surprised that Ling Xiao was able to block this move unscathed. If it were him, he might not be able to do it. Once the defense was lost, the elixir essence in the cauldron would be finished. Yan Daijiao was not so surprised. When she went to pick up Ling Xiao, she already knew that Ling Xiao was the Senjin of Goguryeo of the Sky Dragon domain. His strength was outstanding. How could he not have any tricks up his sleeves? It was not that Ling Xiao did not know about Jiang Xian's attack, but that he did not care about it. This little bit of broken hand was really not difficult for him. It could not shake his mind. If you only have this little ability, then you are out. Ling Xiao sneered in his heart. At this time, he already extracted the essence from the spirit grasses. A beast pill was thrown in by him to refine. Jiang Xian also entered the refining beast pill segment, but he actually did not continue to use forceful moves to rope in Ling Xiao. This made Ling Xiao feel rather strange. He did not think that Jiang Xian would let it go just like this. "I'll let you refine a while more first. In a while, I'll make all your previous efforts go to waste." Jiang Xian secretly thought in his heart. The two people each harbored ulterior motives, entering a white-hot stage all the way. The two people's extraction of the beast pill's power was already more than half completed. Ling Xiao deliberately reduced the speed and did not use soul force to split the beast pill. He did not wish to appear too high profile for the time being. Just when Ling Xiao refined 2/3 of the beast pill, Jiang Xian made a move again. It was only to see that the tiger helmet on his head actually emitted a formless soul force attack, charging towards Ling Xiao's divine soul. Although this soul force could not compare to Ling Xiao's soul force attack, it could absolutely threaten the situation of any divine king's divine soul too. He did not seek to be able to kill Ling Xiao. He just wanted to injure Ling Xiao's divine soul. Then how could Ling Xiao still refine pills? As for the reason why he knew soul force attacks, it was not because he was a member of the soul race, but because in ancient times, their fiend tiger clan was also an important archenemy against the soul race. In that soul-exterminating battle, the fiend tiger clan killed the most soul race people, because they had always been one of the most powerful existences among the many ancient clans. It was also in that battle that the fiend tiger clan's experts captured many soul race people, searched the soul race's memories, extracted the soul race's secrets, and learned their soul race's soul force attack mystic art. Their fiend tiger clan wanted to impart this soul race mystic art to their clansmen to cultivate at that time. Unfortunately, without the heavy soul tenbin, the sea of consciousness was not spacious enough, and there was no way to cultivate at all. Thus, after many modifications and attempts by their fiend tiger clan, they finally modified this secret technique to be suitable for a portion of people to cultivate. Although they were unable to instantly kill anyone like the soul race, they could injure the souls and divine souls of others, allowing them to kill others more easily. Of course, only alchemists or people with a wider sea of consciousness than ordinary people could cultivate their long-lived version of the secret technique. Divine alchemists like Jiang Xian often needed to concentrate their mental energy to cultivate, so that they could gradually accumulate and strengthen their soul force, and use it to attack. It was just that the weakness of their modified soul force attack was not small. Not only was its power much weaker, it could only be used once or twice, and its soul force would be exhausted. Therefore, Jiang Xian would not use it unless he had no other choice, and he did not want other races to know that they possessed such an ability. Now that he was competing with Ling Xiao in pill refining and suddenly using this attack, he felt that he could definitely defeat Ling Xiao. This was also the reason why they were so confident in the beginning. They definitely felt that there were very few people in this world who could unknowingly block a soul force attack. Otherwise, the soul race would not have been able to make the people of the various races feel such a terrifying threat in the past, and make them want to get rid of him as soon as possible. Unfortunately, no matter how much Jiang Xian thought about it, he would never be able to predict that the true reincarnation of the ancestor of the soul race would be right in front of him, and he would actually use his strength to show off against Ling Xiao. However, when Ling Xiao sensed the soul force attack, he was still shocked. He never thought that Jiang Xian would actually be able to do this. He even suspected that Jiang Xian had the bloodline of the soul race in him. Fortunately, those soul forces could not even break through the defense of the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop, and were unable to threaten him at all. Jiang Xian looked at the still unmoved Ling Xiao, and couldn't help but become even more anxious. What's going on? It's impossible for this guy to even block my soul power attack. He had used this soul power attack more than once or twice. In the past, there were some blind fellows who had offended him, and they had also been turned into idiots by his soul power attack. He knew how terrifying this soul power attack was. However, his soul power was like mud entering the sea. It actually caused Ling Xiao to not move at all. He did not believe this, so he gathered his strength once again, and used his soul power to attack again. He could only use it twice in a row. If there was no effect these 2 times, then he could only wait for the result of the core formation stage in an upright manner. The second soul power attack was the same as the first. It was still unable to harm Ling Xiao. Jiang Xian had completely given up. He hurriedly gathered his thoughts, and planned to wholeheartedly refine the pill. He had to raise the quality of the pill he had to win against Ling Xiao. Jiang Tu, who was below, couldn't help but feel a little anxious. He realized that Jiang Xian was actually unable to defeat Ling Xiao, and thought to himself, could it be that Jiang Xian's soul power attack hasn't been used yet? It seems like this guy's soul power attack is also limited. I have to take him down and see how he understands soul power attacks, in case there is big trouble in the future. Ling Xiao thought solemnly in his heart. Immediately after, Ling Xiao actually began to counterattack. His soul-locking curse rushed out of his sea of consciousness, and rushed towards Jiang Xian's sea of consciousness. However, Jiang Xian's tiger helmet seemed to have a certain degree of defense against soul power attacks, and it actually blocked Ling Xiao's soul-locking curse. Just when Ling Xiao thought that he couldn't do anything to Jiang Xian, the soul-locking curse directly broke through the defense of his tiger helmet, and entered his sea of consciousness and divine soul. So it only has a little bit of defense, it is completely useless against me. Ling Xiao sneered in his heart. Arg! Jiang Xian was covered by Ling Xiao's soul-locking curse, and his divine soul was locked. He struggled and let out miserable cries. Chapter 1372. Jiang Xian was done for. This thought flashed through everyone's mind. They didn't understand why Jiang Xian suddenly went crazy and screamed. Most of the elixir essence he refined had dissipated at this moment. It wasn't enough to continue condensing the pill. What's wrong with divine teacher Jiang? Miao Qingyue asked in confusion. Yan Dijiao looked at Jiang Xian and then at Ling Xiao. However, she found that Ling Xiao was still focused on refining the pill, as if he didn't hear anything. Jiang Xian, what's wrong with you? Jiang Tu couldn't stay calm anymore and couldn't help but shout at Jiang Xian. If it wasn't for the people from the medicine guild standing at the side, he would have rushed over. He felt that Jiang Xian, who clearly had a good chance of winning, had suddenly gone mad, wasting all of his previous efforts in alchemy. Jiang Tu was furious. This time, their devil tiger sect lost a lot of face. Ling Fei took the chance to sneer. Haha, so he's just an idiot, not some divine alchemist. He's still pretending. It seems that he knows he can't condense the pill and just pretended to be crazy and gave up. Others might not know of Ling Zhao's ability, but Ling Fei knew. To be able to make Jiang Xian go crazy without a sound, and without leaving a single flaw, this was simply flawless. However, who could prove that this was done by Ling Xiao? Even the half-incipient God Realm experts here didn't have this ability. After Jiang Xian screamed a few times, his eyes became a bit sluggish. Then he quickly returned to normal. However, the way he looked at Ling Xiao was a bit different. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't let Jiang Xian call him master. He just sent a message and told him to pack his things first. He still needed to condense the pill. Jiang Xian pretended to sigh. I actually failed. I'm not willing. Then, he put away his cauldron and returned to Jiang Tu's side. Without Jiang Xian's help, Ling Xiao didn't worry that the people from Devil Tiger sect would dare to do anything to him. He immediately focused on refining the pill. Jiang Tu impatiently went to Jiang Xian's side and asked, Jiang Xian, what's going on? He was aware of Jiang Xian's alchemy level. How could he fail for no reason? Moreover, his cry just now seemed a little strange. An accident happened. Originally, I wanted to use soul power to attack that guy, but something went wrong. Jiang Xian revealed an uncomfortable look and said, although Jiang Xian was under Ling Zhao's control, there was nothing wrong with his thoughts. His reply to Jiang Tu was flawless. Jiang Tu shook his head in incomparable disappointment, then sent a sound transmission. If we lose, then we lose. Our Devil Tiger sect can afford to lose, but if we can't get that woman, I'm afraid it'll be hard to explain when we return. Jiang Xian replied, she is the apple of the three old men's eyes. It's impossible for her to be so easily tricked by us. Although we lost today, we can always come back after 10 days. In any case, the bet is only for us to leave this place temporarily. At the alchemy conference, we will definitely be able to wash away today's shame. Jiang Xian didn't reveal the slightest bit of dejection, but Jiang Tu felt very satisfied. It was just that the losses made him feel incomparably distressed. Miao Qingyue, who was not far away, inwardly mocked. What Sky Tiger region's youngest and most powerful divine alchemist? Turns out he's only a so. He truly lives up to his reputation. Towards Jiang Xian and Ling Xiao, the one who made Miao Qingyue feel the most threatened was Ling Xiao. He hoped that Ling Xiao would be eliminated early. After all, Ling Xiao's age gave him too much of an advantage. Unfortunately, things didn't go as he had expected. Yan Dai Jiao, who was at the side, didn't reveal any strange expression, but her beautiful eyes were fixed on Ling Xiao. She suddenly discovered that Ling Xiao seemed to have become somewhat different from before. The flames shot out from his palms were much more intense, and the tempo was clearly several times faster. Those hands turned into countless palm shadows, making it hard to tell which hands were the real palms. The power of the fire fluctuated between big and small, and the control was quite exquisite. Ling Zhao's movements seemed to be as smooth as flowing water, incomparably skilled. His figure was dignified, and the transcendent demeanor of a master arose spontaneously. Very quickly, the last bit of the beast core's power was completely refined by him. Then, he poured in the divine spring and the divine power in his body, causing it to begin fusing with the essence of the spirit grass. At the last moment, Ling Xiao didn't reveal the slightest hint of panic. He raised both of his palms, and a powerful suction force instantly came from all directions. The vast amount of spiritual energy of heaven and earth, as well as the various sources of energy, seemed to be at his disposal. This kind of movement caused Miao Qingyue and Yan Dai Jiao's expressions to change. If it were them absorbing the energy and condensing the pill, they wouldn't be able to cause such a huge commotion as easily as Ling Xiao. A faint smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face. His palms kept changing the positions of his palms, causing the absorbed energy to fuse together before forcefully pressing it into the cauldron. Condense for me. Ling Xiao let out a startled roar. Bang! A muffled sound rang out, and the high platform shook without end. A wave of roiling energy shot into the sky, and a medicinal fragrance instantly filled the surroundings. The phenomenon in the sky flashed by, and it was completely dissolved by the formation laid down by the palace city. There was no need to worry that the phenomenon would destroy everything in the city. The figure standing beside the cauldron was as still as a mountain, as if he wasn't affected at all by the powerful force caused by the condensing of the pill. Just this point alone was enough for Miao Qingyue and Yan Daijiao to look at him in a higher light. "All right, the pill has already been condensed. Please come up and have a look, in case you say I cheated," Ling Xiao said to Miao Qingyue and Yan Daijiao. The two of them didn't hesitate. With a light leap, they flew up to the high platform where Ling Xiao was refining pills like the wind. They looked into the divine cauldron and saw 3 round, jade-like divine pills remaining in the divine cauldron. A medicinal fragrance spread out, causing people to feel extremely intoxicated. "How can there be 3 pills?" Miao Qingyue cried out involuntarily. For any pill that reached the saint rank, it was extremely difficult to condense multiple pills in one cauldron, let alone divine rank pills. At this rank, those who could condense multiple pills in one cauldron were those who had already reached the pinnacle of alchemy. They were able to compress and retain all the refined essence energy. Only when the pill was condensed would they be able to compress that energy into multiple pills. There weren't many divine alchemists in their medicine alliance who could do this. Not to mention, those like Ling Xiao who could condense 3 divine pills in one cauldron were definitely very few. In disbelief, Miao Qingyue took the 3 divine pills and held them in his hand. He observed the time they took to form the pills, their color, and their degree of roundness to see if Ling Xiao had cheated. After examining them, he discovered that these 3 divine pills had just been formed, and their quality and degree of roundness were even higher. Their medicinal effects were definitely of the high grade. Although Miao Qingyue didn't admit that Ling Xiao had this ability, he didn't know how to judge this fact. Yan Daijiao took the 3 divine pills and began to examine them just like Miao Qingyue. In the end, she smiled and commented, "These 3 divine pills have almost no signs of fatigue. They are definitely of the high grade. Divine alchemist Ling Xiao is truly a genius at alchemy. This little girl is ashamed of her inferiority." Miao Qingyue didn't expect Yan Daijiao to praise Ling Xiao so highly, and his expression became even more unsightly. He turned to Yan Daijiao from the side and said, "Junior sister, I think it's best to have the other divine alchemists take a look. Why do I feel like this is somewhat impossible?" Miao Qingyue's words undoubtedly expressed his distrust of Ling Xiao. He felt that even if Ling Xiao had become a divine alchemist by some fluke, it was impossible for him to reach such a level of proficiency. Just as Yan Daijiao was about to say something, Ling Xiao spoke first. "No problem. You can take them to the other divine alchemists. In any case, the materials are yours, so I refined these 3 divine pills for you for free." He then turned to Yan Daijiao and said, "Hand over the stakes we just placed. I believe the outcome has already been decided." Yan Daijiao stared blankly at Ling Xiao for a moment before handing over the 2 spatial rings to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao took them and put away the cauldron before jumping off the high platform without looking at the 2 of them. Only then did Miao Qingyue recover and coldly snort, "Our alchemy union doesn't care about your 3 divine pills." Ling Xiao's words were undoubtedly a slap to his face. He had actually given him these divine pills. Could it be that he didn't know how to refine them himself? Yan Daijiao said from the side, "Senior brother, watch your words. He is our guest." She then flew over to Ling Xiao and handed the 3 divine pills to Ling Xiao. "I believe you refined them just now. You've won this match." Yan Daijiao had always been recognized as a genius in alchemy. She was already a 3rd-grade alchemist when she just reached adulthood, a 7th-grade alchemist by the time she reached 50 years of age, and she had become an alchemist saint by the time she reached 100 years of age. Now that she had broken through to God King, she had smoothly become a divine alchemist. This was not unrelated to the alchemy god's inheritance she had obtained since she was young, but her cultivation of tenbin had also attracted many people's attention. However, even as a divine alchemist, she could only refine 1 or 2 low-grade divine pills at most. It was impossible for someone like Ling Xiao to refine 3 high-grade pills at once. She finally understood why Ling Xiao was so arrogant and conceited. It turned out that he had the capital to back it up, not to mention that he was a Senjin of Goguryeo. If it was her, she would also feel that she was a cut above others. Ling Xiao bluntly put away the 3 divine king pills. He smiled and said, "Many thanks. It took me a lot of effort to refine them. I can even sell them for quite a lot of divine crystals." Ling Xiao acted as if it would be impolite to refuse, as if he was a pauper who lacked all kinds of divine materials and resources. He didn't want to waste anything at all. My goodness. I just earned 2 billion divine crystals and 500 divine herbs. However, Ling Xiao's attitude made Yan Dai Jiao feel that he was very funny, very humorous, and very honest. Her favorable impression of him began to rise by a lot. "Didn't you say you wanted to pay a visit to the 3 alchemists? How about I take you there now?" Yan Dai Jiao blinked her beautiful eyes and said. Of course, Ling Xiao would not refuse. However, before he left with Yan Dai Jiao, he still said to her, "I think you should ask them to leave the city first. Otherwise, they won't be able to find a way out." Ling Xiao pointed at the people of the Devil Tiger sect. His meaning was very clear. Chapter 1373. The Devil Tiger sect's people had already lost, so how could Jiang Tu still have the face to stay? Wasn't that just asking to be humiliated? Thus, under the lead of the Medicine Guild's people, they awkwardly left the palace city. Behind them, only the wanton laughter of Ling Fei and the others could be heard. The Dragon Gate and the Devil Tiger sect, as well as the Kim people and the Devil Tiger sect, had always been enemies. They had fought over many resources and formed a grudge. Now that they had angered their opponents away, Ling Fei and the others naturally felt very refreshed and happy. "Junior sister, it's against the rules to bring a person to see Master and the others." An untimely voice rang out. Miao Qingyue looked at Yan Dai Jiao and Ling Xiao with some dissatisfaction. He didn't expect Yan Dai Jiao to be so enthusiastic towards Ling Xiao and even personally bring him to meet the 3 masters and martial uncles. He definitely wouldn't allow it. If the 3 masters and martial uncles took a liking to Ling Xiao, then wouldn't he never have the chance to marry Yan Dai Jiao? However, Yan Dai Jiao didn't give him any face and sweetly said, "Whether they meet or not is the 3 masters' business. It's none of your business." Although Miao Qingyue was Yan Dai Jiao's idol when she was very young, and she had once fantasized that Miao Qingyue would be her man, this was because she felt that this senior apprentice brother was more capable than other men. Moreover, he always displayed a mature and steady appearance, deeply attracting her. However, in this one opportunity to become an idol, she discovered her senior apprentice brother's filthy nature. It was truly too disappointing and painful. He actually forced himself on a maid who wasn't willing to accompany him. Moreover, after he had sex with her, he actually ruthlessly destroyed her corpse. The young girl's first fantasy, every one of her lovers, was torn to pieces by this merciless scene. She never thought that her senior apprentice brother would be this kind of person. She was thoroughly disappointed. Although her senior apprentice brother was usually refined and courteous to others, in her eyes, he had become a hateful beast. She no longer had any good impression of him. Therefore, she always kept a respectful distance from any man. Even if she looked approachable, her heart was bound by layers of shackles. She would never fall in love with any man so easily. Compared to her, Ling Xiao's arrogance gave people the feeling that he dared to take responsibility for his actions. He didn't have the passion and greed that other men had when they looked at her. This made Yan Dai Jiao feel that he was a special existence among all men. She felt that he was a man with true feelings. She did have a good impression of him, but it was only a good impression. It was far from liking him. Perhaps if he could pass her 3 masters, she would look at him in a new light. After all, in the past few years, there weren't many people who had received praise from their 3 masters. Even his senior brother had only received a few words of praise from his personal master, and the other 2 masters hadn't expressed anything at all. Of course, she was an exception. The three supreme divine alchemy gods were all her masters, so she was especially favored by them. She had never disappointed them, so naturally, she received a lot of praise. Ling Xiao followed Yan Daijiao towards the main hall of the city. The building area of this great hall was extremely vast, and the numerous buildings within the great hall were extremely grand. Many of the walls were built with divine-grade stones, and there were numerous complicated formation markings on them. Walking here caused a shapeless pressure to arise spontaneously. Ling Xiao felt that once the array formation of this hall was activated, even if a supreme being came to attack, they would be completely annihilated by this array formation. Even though he was in the passageway of the Great Hall, he felt uncomfortable all over. It was as if danger was attacking him at any moment, causing him to feel extremely uncomfortable. Perhaps he was too sensitive, or perhaps he was too vigilant. Indigiao noticed that Ling Xiao hadn't said anything along the way. She glanced at him and asked, "Divine Teacher Ling, are you very nervous?" Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "Not really. I just feel that your palace is too oppressive, and I feel a little uncomfortable." Indigiao looked at Ling Xiao in astonishment. She hadn't expected Ling Xiao to give such an answer. "I've been gone for so many years, but I've never felt this way," Indigiao replied. "It's because you've traveled too much that you don't feel this way. Moreover, you're a member of the association, unlike us outsiders." Ling Xiao replied with a smile. Indigiao nodded and continued, "I wonder which alchemy god sect your master is? I'm older than you, so I've definitely spent more time refining pills than you, but I can't condense 3 divine pills in one go. Even 2 isn't something I can do every time." While speaking, Indigiao couldn't help but stare at this man who was even younger than her with a hint of worship in her eyes. Even if Ling Xiao was a reincarnator or had obtained some heaven-defying inheritance, it was still shocking for him to be able to reach this point at such a young age. Ling Xiao faintly smiled and said, "I was only lucky enough to obtain some fortuitous encounters and refine them in my free time. It's not worth Goddess Yan's praise." Being praised by a beauty was a joyous matter, and Ling Xiao was no exception. Yan Dijiao narrowed her eyes and said, "Your cauldron is the legendary obsidian divine cauldron, right?" Ling Xiao raised his brows and replied, "Correct. Goddess Yan is truly experienced and knowledgeable." As his strength grew, he didn't mind letting others see that he had an ancient divine cauldron. However, he couldn't help but be more vigilant here. It had to be known that every alchemist longed for the best cauldron to refine pills, and the obsidian divine cauldron in his hand was undoubtedly the king of cauldrons. It was a divine object that all alchemists desired. Yan Dijiao revealed a mischievous smile and said, "Hee, are you afraid that I'll get someone to kill you and take your cauldron?" Her laughter was like a heavenly scoundrel, and people would never get tired of hearing it. Listening to it was a kind of enjoyment. Ling Xiao had to admit that this woman was perfect. Compared to Lu Piapiao, the #1 beauty in the Sky Dragon region, she was even more attractive. It wasn't that Lu Piapiao wasn't as beautiful as her, nor did she have her temperament, but Lu Piapiao's personality was cold, and not everyone could get close to her. However, this Yan Dijiao was different. Although she was high and mighty, she was like the girl next door who could talk to you, making people feel that she was very approachable. That kind of feeling was as if a goddess was within reach, and it was impossible for people not to have thoughts about her. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao's extraordinary willpower, just by being so close to Yan Dijiao, he would have long been attracted to her. Ling Xiao replied with a faint smile, "If you really do that, I'll accept it." After pausing for a moment, he continued, "However, I believe that the Dignified Medicine Alliance would not do such a heart-chilling thing. What's more, I feel that you, Goddess Yen, are a very kind and cute girl, so you wouldn't do such a thing." Goddesses also needed people to praise them. Yan Dijiao didn't expect Ling Xiao to praise her like this. Her face slightly heated up, and she angrily said, "How can it be as good as you say? Actually, I'm also very fierce." As she spoke, she raised her fist, displaying her ferocious might. Ling Xiao replied, "You look quite fierce. Like a tigress." "What? You're the tigress?" Yan Dijiao was instantly angered by Ling Xiao's words. She lightly kicked Ling Xiao to express her dissatisfaction. Ling Xiao jumped to the side and corrected himself. I'm sorry, that was a slip of the tongue. How could such a beautiful and kind girl like you be a tigress? That's more like it. Yan Dijiao replied with satisfaction. Who knew that Ling Xiao's next sentence would make her fly into a rage? You're not a tigress, but you're a bit like a female yaksha. Haha. Ling Xiao couldn't help but tease her. You bastard. I'll fight you to the death. Yan Dijiao had never been mocked like this before. She immediately shouted and pounced towards Ling Xiao, her fist flying towards Ling Xiao's chest. Ling Xiao didn't dodge and allowed Yan Dijiao to continuously hit him. Her strength wasn't even enough to tickle him. He couldn't help but feel a sense of warmth, as if he had known this woman for a long time. It was as if they had interacted like water. After hitting Ling Xiao a few times, Yan Dijiao suddenly realized that she seemed to have lost her composure. She instantly froze and stared at Ling Xiao, who was looking down at her. Their gazes met, and in an instant, her entire body became sluggish as if she had been electrocuted. The two of them just stared at each other, and their clear eyes seemed to ripple with a different kind of brilliance. Just as the two of them were getting closer and closer, Ling Xiao coughed lightly and regained his composure. Cough, cough. Goddess Yan, quickly lead the way to the 3 Yao elders. He turned his head away and inwardly scolded himself for letting his imagination run wild. You're already a married man. Yan Dijiao also regained her composure and softly responded with a N, before quickly leading the way. At this moment, her heart was beating very quickly, causing her to be at a loss. Her delicate face was blushing, and if it wasn't for the veil covering her face, she would have been seen through. She scolded herself in her heart. I'm really not coquettish, it's really embarrassing. The two of them didn't say anything along the way and quickly arrived at the entrance of the main hall. They saw 2 mighty 10th grade Qilin lion beasts lying at the entrance. They appeared to be incomparably ferocious and powerful. Their large eyes gave off an oppressive sense of sharpness and a scorching aura that ordinary people couldn't endure. They both glared at Ling Xiao with ferocious glints in their eyes. It seemed that if Ling Xiao took even half a step closer, they would pounce on him and devour him. Ling Xiao inwardly praised. Using these 2 10th grade Qilin lion beasts to guard the entrance is quite a big move. Little 3, little 4, be obedient and don't cause trouble. Yan Dijiao shouted at the 2 Qilin lion beasts. As soon as she finished speaking, the 2 Qilin lion beasts immediately let out low cries and continued to lie on the ground, no longer glaring at Ling Xiao. Little 3, little 4. Good names, truly good names. Ling Xiao couldn't help but praise them. He felt that the names he gave his spirit beasts were quite good, but he didn't expect that Yan Dijiao's names would be even more exotic. He couldn't help but admire her so much that he wanted to prostrate himself before her. Humph! It's none of your business. Yan Dijiao didn't seem to have recovered from her anger. She coldly snorted and walked up to the main hall. Ling Xiao smiled and didn't bicker with her. However, he heard her voice again. Remember, you're not allowed to call me the marriage goddess in the future. Just call me by my name. Chapter 1374. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe the main hall of the Alchemy Union with these characters. This was the largest hall Ling Xiao had seen so far. It was all-encompassing and filled with myriad auras. It was as if he had arrived in an unknown world. It was unimaginably large, and standing inside made him feel incomparably small. The floor was made of 10,000-year-old jade, and there was a special grid made of 10,000-year-old ancient wood, as well as tables and chairs. The surrounding walls were engraved with ancient patterns that exuded a boundless aura. The ceiling of the hall was filled with specks of starlight that resembled a vast sea of stars. At the center of the hall were 3 dragon and phoenix jade tables that looked exceptionally noble. Ling Xiao was fiercely shocked. He'd never imagined that this hall would actually use the sky as the scenery, and such a vast divine formation was set up within the hall. It allowed others to walk into this hall as if they'd walked into the universe, whereas the person at the seat of the highest position was like a king of sovereigns that ruled over the boundless world. No wonder the Alchemy Union was able to expand to such a large scale. The person who could build such a hall must have a great mind and ambition. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Yin Dai Jiao slightly bowed towards the 3 empty seats and said, "Masters, Jiaoer has brought Dragon Gate's youngest divine alchemist, Ling Xiao. He wishes to pay you a visit." He was able to condense a furnace of divine materials into 3 divine pills in one go. This disciple is ashamed of her inferiority. Her voice reverberated around the hall, but no one responded. After a long time, Yin Dai Jiao said with some disappointment, "Are the 3 masters not here? Since they are not here, then forget it." Ling Xiao was also a little disappointed. He naturally wanted to see the 3 supreme divine alchemists. At the same time, he also hoped to form a good relationship with them. If the Dragon Gate could form a relationship with the Alchemy Union, then his trip would not have been in vain. Unfortunately, he didn't even see their shadows, so there was nothing he could do. However, just as Yin Dai Jiao and Ling Xiao were about to leave the hall, a divine light shone down from the ceiling. The 2 of them looked back and saw that there was an additional figure on the left of the 3 seats of honor. This person was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. His eyebrows were clear and his eyes were kind, giving off the feeling of a kind old man next door. This was just the shadow of a divine soul avatar, but it felt so real. It didn't feel like a phantom at all. Ling Xiao looked at the old man. He couldn't sense any aura from him, but he could feel that he seemed to have a life of his own. It was as if he had a body of flesh and blood, just like his own soul. In reality, Ling Xiao had no way of distinguishing whether it was flesh, blood, or divine soul. After all, the other party was a true supreme being. Their divine soul was as solid as an ordinary person's, and it was truly impossible to see through it. "Little Jiao, why are you looking for us?" the old man asked with a benevolent smile. "Second master, you've finally returned. Where are first master and third master?" Indigeo cried out in pleasant surprise. She directly walked in front of the 3 divine seats and obediently stood next to the old man. This old man was one of the 3 elders of the Medicine Alliance, the 2nd elder, Lian Haogong. He was a peak-level intermediate sovereign and a genuine sovereign medicine god. He was also the most approachable and popular person among the 3 elders. "Your first master and third master naturally have matters to attend to. Is this brat the one you've chosen?" Lian Haogong replied. Then his gaze fell on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao felt as if this Lian Haogong's gaze could see through all his thoughts, leaving him with no secrets to hide. Suddenly, an invisible pressure descended, directly attacking his body and mind. He had an urge to kneel down in submission. Ling Xiao's back slightly bent, and cold sweat immediately poured down his back. His bones cracked as if they were about to be crushed. "Grandpa, what are you doing? Don't bully him," Indigeo cried out nervously. "Humph!" Ling Xiao knew that the other party was trying to take him down a notch or test his limits. He immediately snorted coldly and unleashed all the power in his body. A peerless golden true qi roared out, its might descending to the heavens, and forcibly dispersed the pressure that was pressing down on him. He's actually a subordinate of the Kim people. This shouldn't be the case." Lian Haogong exclaimed in surprise. Lian Haogong was experienced and knowledgeable. He knew that the Kim people's subordinates were usually of the metal attribute, which was why they could produce dragon-shaped battle qi. However, Ling Xiao was a divine alchemist, and his body possessed the metal attribute. Could only be said that he cultivated both metal and fire. Does Lord Alchemy God think that this brat is easy to bully? Ling Xiao looked angrily at Lian Haogong. He was not a member of their alchemy union, nor was he their enemy. He was their guest. Yet he was trying to take him down a notch the moment they met. This made Ling Xiao very angry. His temper is not small at such a young age. However, he is also like a man. Jiao Er's eyes are not bad. Lien Haogong gently stroked his long beard and laughed. Yen Djiao, who was standing to the side, shyly stomped her feet and said, "Second master, if you talk like that again, I'll pluck your beard clean." Okay, second master, don't say any more. Girls are truly attracted to their husbands. Lien Haogong repeatedly agreed. Looking at Yen Djiao's reaction, he felt that his guess was correct. It seemed like this disciple of his had finally found someone she liked. "I'm going to ignore you. He's here to visit you and the other two masters. I'm just a guide," Yen Djiao explained. Lien Haogong no longer talked about Yen Djiao. Instead, he looked at Ling Xiao and said, "There are still 10 more days before the Divine Alchemist alchemy competition. Why did you come to find us old men?" Over the years, countless divine alchemists had wanted to visit them, but they never got to meet them. It wasn't that they thought too highly of themselves. It was just that they had seen many divine alchemists who were not qualified for them to patiently explain to them. It was truly a waste of time. Therefore, they would usually only meet those spoiled young divine alchemists. This was on the premise that these young divine alchemists could enter their eyes. Therefore, they held this divine alchemist conference to see which young divine alchemist would stand out from the crowd and be worthy of their meeting. However, before this, they already knew that there were a few divine alchemists who were less than 1,000 years old in each region. Among these few, Ling Xiao shocked them the most. He was also the one they wanted to meet the most. After all, the disciple nurtured by the 3 supreme alchemists was not as outstanding as an unknown brat who had reached the ranks of divine alchemists before the age of 100 years. They had looked through all the ancient books they had read. In the ancient times, the youngest person to become a divine apothecary was only 150 years old. Ling Xiao was dozens of years older than them. They couldn't help but pay attention to him. After all, the prerequisite to becoming a divine alchemist was to become a divine king. In other words, to become a divine alchemist, one had to be equally outstanding in both cultivation and alchemy. Only then could one achieve this status in such a short period of time. Even if it was a cultivator who seized a body or obtained an inheritance, wanting to reach the divine alchemist realm in a mere 100 years was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. But now someone had done it. They had to pay attention. Therefore, when Yen Djiao brought Ling Xiao here, Lien Haogong decided to meet this young man and see if he was really that outstanding. Now that he had met him, he was indeed not disappointed. He was truly a dragon among men. What surprised Lien Haogong was that Ling Xiao was already a peak divine king. From the looks of it, he was only a little over 90 years old, yet he was already so powerful. It was only a matter of time before he became a sovereign. After all, he still had the Dragon Gate and the Kim people behind him. With their conditions, it would not be a problem for them to forcefully create a sovereign. At that time, once their alchemy skills improved, everything would be a success. Thinking of this, Lien Haogong felt that he had to attract such a young man to their alchemy union. If he and their disciple, Yen Djiao, could achieve a good marriage, then their alchemy union would definitely become even more prosperous. In the future, with 2 more supreme alchemists, even the entire heaven realm would have to look up to their alchemy union. Ling Xiao suppressed his anger and replied, "I have long heard that the 3 alchemist gods possess remarkable abilities, and that no one can compare to your alchemy skills. Therefore, Ling Xiao has come to ask for guidance." As soon as Ling Xiao said this, Lien Haogong and Yen Djiao were immediately stunned. In the past, whenever divine alchemists saw Lien Haogong, they would all be respectful. Even a true sovereign wouldn't put on airs in front of them. However, even though this young man was a divine alchemist and his strength was much stronger than they had imagined, he still wasn't qualified to ask for guidance from a supreme alchemist like him. But now, this young man had said so, as if he wasn't afraid of him at all. This made Lien Haogong feel that this young man was too impulsive. "If you want me to give you a pointer or two, maybe I can see if you have the qualifications. But if you want to ask me for a pointer or two, then your current qualifications are far from enough," Lien Haogong said very bluntly. In his eyes, this young man didn't know when to advance or retreat, and was somewhat ignorant, which made him very disappointed. "Haha, is that so?" Ling Xiao chuckled, and the spatial ring in his hand turned into an ancient cauldron. At the same time, his body and god soul appeared in front of this cauldron, and the aura of a half-incipient god realm shot out. If I have sovereign spirit materials, perhaps I can try to refine a sovereign god pill. I wonder if you believe me? Ling Xiao stared at Lian Haogong and said. Yan Dijiao looked at Ling Xiao, who had been split into two, and she was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Lian Haogong's old eyes twitched, and he said in surprise, "You have a body and god soul, and you have half-incipient god realm power. TSK. Kid, what kind of heaven-defying opportunity did you get? This is too abnormal." Pausing for a while, he looked at the cauldron, and finally he couldn't sit still anymore. His body shot towards Ling Xiao. Before Ling Xiao could react, the cauldron next to him was already in Lian Haogong's hand. Oh no! Does he want to take the obsidian divine cauldron? Ling Xiao screamed in his mind, and immediately used his thought to summon the cauldron back. The obsidian divine cauldron instantly emitted a vast wave of energy, trying to get rid of Lian Haogong's hand. However, Lian Haogong was a supreme expert, and the obsidian divine cauldron's soul power couldn't get rid of him. In the next moment, Ling Xiao recklessly attacked Lian Haogong. Chapter 1375. The reason why Ling Xiao revealed his body, god soul, and the obsidian divine cauldron was to prove that he was qualified to talk to Lian Haogong. At the same time, he hoped that Lian Haogong would not look down on him so that he would have the qualifications to ask for advice. His understanding of alchemy was not inferior to any supreme alchemy god. Moreover, he felt that the alchemy union was recognized as the number one force. They always paid attention to every alchemist and encouraged their development so that they could better advance to the next realm. Ling Xiao felt that as the supreme alchemy god, he would not look down on his cauldron. After all, they were existences that had reached the peak and would not lack a divine cauldron. However, he had forgotten that his obsidian divine cauldron was an ancient divine weapon, one of the 9 great ancient divine cauldrons. It was a divine item that any alchemist wanted. Even the supreme alchemy god could not help but be tempted by it. Anyway, this kind of limited ancient divine cauldron would not be troublesome. Moreover, they could pass it on, so why would they not need it? Ling Xiao did not expect that he would not be able to show off and that his divine cauldron would be stolen by someone else. This time, he even wanted to die. All of his belongings were inside the divine cauldron. Ling Xiao's real body and god soul avatar burst out with all of their power. At the same time, they blasted out a monstrous fist intent towards Lian Haogong from the left and right. With such an all-out attack at such a close distance, even a half-incipient god realm expert would be blown up by Ling Xiao. All of the space energy in the hall was squeezed onto Lian Haogong's body. The blazing heaven flames filled the hall, making it extremely hot. Yan Dijiao looked at this scene in a daze. She was completely stunned by this change. Lian Haogong, who was holding the obsidian divine cauldron, completely ignored Ling Xiao's attack. He calmly looked at the 2 Ling Xiao's attacks and said, "Young man, don't be so impulsive." Then, he slightly raised one hand and an indescribable force began to spread out. Immediately after, the power of the 2 Ling Xiao's attacks was stopped, and his flames were extinguished. Ling Xiao only felt that all the spatial energy around him was not under his control. Instead, it was forcefully binding him, making it so that he could not even use his power. Ling Xiao's face instantly turned red. For the first time, he felt an irresistible power, which made him feel extremely sad and insignificant. It was as if killing him was as easy as killing an ant in his opponent's eyes. "Don't be nervous. I just wanted to see if it was the real divine obsidian cauldron. Now it looks like it really is," Lian Haogong said faintly and then let go of the divine obsidian cauldron. The moment he let go of the cauldron, Ling Xiao felt his entire body relax. His true body and soul regained their freedom. Ling Xiao was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. He regretted his foolish behavior just now. He shouldn't be so arrogant in front of a true supreme alchemy god. If Lien Haogong really wanted to take his divine cauldron, the other party could have killed him right now. Then he would have died in vain. Ling Xiao combined the two into one and retrieved the divine obsidian cauldron. He slightly cupped his hands towards Lien Haogong and said, "I'm sorry, sir. Just now, Ling Xiao lost his composure." This apology was necessary. Ling Xiao was not someone who couldn't let go. If he was already a supreme today, he wouldn't be so sullen. His heart yearned to break through to become a true supreme as soon as possible. Only then would he be able to control his own fate. Even if it was a more powerful supreme, he would still have the leeway to resist. Lien Haogong looked at Ling Xiao with appreciation and said, "Not bad. Even though it was a little arrogant, you have the capital to be arrogant. Not bad, However, it is better for you to be low-key in the future. If you didn't meet me today, don't even think about taking back your divine obsidian cauldron." Ling Xiao nodded in agreement. This little one was rash. He paused for a moment before continuing. "However, this little one does have some experience in becoming a supreme alchemy god, so I would like to ask for some advice from you." This time, Lien Haogong did not refuse. He stroked his long beard and smiled. "Your courage is commendable. Compared to the other brats I've seen in the past, you have much more character. Very well, I will have a good talk with you. Let's see what you have to say." After Lien Haogong saw Ling Xiao's divine obsidian cauldron, he immediately guessed that Ling Xiao must have obtained a great fortune. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have such an amazing alchemy ability. However, the divine obsidian cauldron was an inanimate object. Even if he had the inheritance, he still needed to rely on his outstanding comprehension and his outstanding tenbin cultivation to have everything he had today. Now, he truly understood the source of Ling Xiao's confidence. He had a god soul that was even stronger than his real body. No wonder why he could advance so fast. Moreover, regarding the path of alchemy, the strength of one's god soul was also very important. A half-incipient god realm divine alchemist was indeed qualified to be received by a supreme divine alchemist like him. Ling Xiao finally exhaled in relief. As long as he could enter the eyes of this supreme divine alchemist, he believed that he didn't need to participate in the alchemy conference and would be able to form a friendly relationship with the alchemy union. Next, Lien Haogong returned to his seat. Ling Xiao was also given a seat and began to exchange alchemy knowledge with Lien Haogong while Yan Dai Jiao listened on the side. In the beginning, Lien Haogong asked Ling Xiao questions while Ling Xiao answered them one by one. Later on, the alchemy knowledge that Ling Xiao shared was something that Lien Haogong had never heard before. It was very novel, but it was also very exquisite. It had unexpected benefits for controlling the essence of spirit grasses and condensing the pills. Lien Haogong's interest was piqued and he began to discuss with Ling Xiao. He also shared many of his alchemy insights, allowing Ling Xiao to comprehend a lot. The more the two talked, the more congenial they became. They talked more and more as if they were old friends. On the side, Yan Dai Jiao listened with keen interest. Her beautiful eyes occasionally glanced at Ling Xiao's handsome face while her heart occasionally pounded. She didn't think that Ling Xiao really had the qualifications to exchange pointers with her second master. Moreover, the alchemy knowledge he shared was very unique and gave her a lot of benefits. She could feel that Ling Xiao wasn't just boasting. He was the real deal. As long as his strength took another step forward, breaking through to become a truth realm supreme divine alchemist wouldn't be a problem. She wasn't the only one who felt this way. Even Lien Haogong felt this way. He was sure that Ling Xiao's fortune was not small. He already had the thought of roping Ling Xiao in. He absolutely couldn't let go of such an outstanding youth. In the blink of an eye, nearly a day had passed. Lien Haogong still had some lingering thoughts and said, "You little brat are not bad. You must have obtained the inheritance from the obsidian divine cauldron. It is truly extraordinary." If Lien Haogong couldn't guess where Ling Xiao's inheritance came from, then his title as the Supreme Divine Alchemist would have been in vain. Ling Xiao didn't admit or deny it. It was a tacit agreement. In any case, this Supreme Divine Alchemist before him wouldn't harm him for the time being. He still wanted to have a good relationship with him. "This little brat is just a bit lucky. Listening to your words today, Ling Xiao was enlightened and gained a lot. Please accept Ling Xiao's bow. Ling Xiao bowed slightly towards Lien Haogong and said, to be honest, Ling Xiao had obtained the inheritance of the supreme divine alchemist. He indeed had an incomparable advantage in the path of alchemy. He knew many pill formulas and many alchemy tricks. However, Lien Haogong was a famous supreme divine alchemist. He had refined countless pills, so he naturally had his own unique way. Some of the insights he spoke of naturally allowed Ling Xiao to gain a lot. Therefore, Ling Xiao's bow was worth it. Haha, you're not arrogant or rash. You have a bright future. A bright future. Ling Xiao, you're not bad. It's possible for you to become a supreme divine alchemist in the future. Lien Haogong was not stingy with his praise for Ling Xiao. Yen Dai, who was at the side, pouted in dissatisfaction and said, Second Master is so biased. I've never heard you praise me like this before. Little girl, you're still so calculative. You've received more praise since you were young than all of your senior brothers. Duke Lien Hao kindly smiled, then looked at Ling Xiao and said, With your ability, you are indeed much stronger than the youngsters of today. It doesn't matter if you don't participate in the alchemy conference or not. The reason why we called you all here is to see your potential. I believe that your ability is no less than that of the divine alchemists who have been famous for many years, perhaps even a level higher. You should work hard and strive to take that step as soon as possible. And to be able to listen to my Lord's guidance today, Ling Xiao is very confident that I can reach that step. Ling Xiao lightly replied. Then he said, My Lord, Ling Xiao would like to ask my Lord to sell 2 or 3 supreme divine pills to our Dragon Gate. We can buy the divine crystals according to the auction price. I wonder if that's possible? As long as they could buy the supreme divine pills, Ling Fei and the others would be able to report back. After all, Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to reach that step so quickly. If he wanted to refine the Supreme Dan in advance, he still needed some time. Since you've already spoken, this old man naturally can't let you return disappointed. However, I can't make the decision on this matter. You can talk to Jiao Er. She has the final say in the auction this time, Lien Haogong said with a faint smile. His old eyes flashed with a hint of interest. Second Master, what are you talking about? If you say you want to sell it, then I'll sell it. If not, then I won't sell it. Why drag me into this? Yen Dai Jiao clearly didn't think that far ahead and objected. This little girl really doesn't understand. Lien Haogong shook his head and said. Then he looked at Ling Xiao and said, Ling Xiao, how do you think our medicine alliance is compared to your Dragon Gate or Kim people? Ling Xiao didn't know what he meant by that, but he still replied, We're much stronger and richer than Dragon Gate and Kim people. From Heaven Origin City to this palace, Ling Xiao could be considered to have seen the tip of the iceberg of the Medicine Alliance's wealth. He could conclude that neither Dragon Gate nor Kim people could compare to it. Lien Haogong was quite satisfied with Ling Xiao's answer and immediately asked, Then what do you think of this girl? Second Master, what are you talking about? I'm ignoring you. Yen Dai Jiao immediately snorted and lightly stomped her feet. She actually left the hall as if she was escaping. Chapter 1376. No matter how outstanding Yen Dai Jiao was, she was still not a real woman. She could only be said to be an inexperienced woman, so naturally, she would have a shy side. Even Hao Gong had asked Ling Xiao such a question right in front of her face. How could she not flee in embarrassment? This child has been spoiled by us. Don't mind her. Tell me what you think of her. Lien Hao Gong said. Ling Xiao was a bit embarrassed and could only say, The smoke god teacher is naturally a peerless beauty and an extraordinary woman with extraordinary abilities. You're right. This little girl is indeed beautiful. She is publicly recognized as the #1 beauty of the Tianyuan region. Lien Haogong nodded in agreement. He then stared at Ling Xiao and said, Then do you like her? How about I betroth her to you? Ling Xiao was instantly stunned. He didn't expect the supreme alchemy god to be so direct. What? Are you stupid? You and her are a handsome man and a beautiful woman. A match made in heaven. Both of you will become the supreme alchemy god in the future. In the future, you will definitely become an enviable, immortal couple. Lian Haogong said. Could be seen that he sincerely wanted to bring Ling Xiao and Yan Daijiao together. In addition to Ling Xiao obtaining his approval, he also felt that Yan Daijiao didn't seem to dislike Ling Xiao, so he asked this question. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before saying, "My lord, I don't think any man would reject a woman like the smoke god teacher. However, Ling Xiao already has a wife and concubines, so he is not worthy of her." Ling Xiao was speaking the truth. He felt that this Yan Daijiao gave him a very good feeling. Her temperament was charming, and her words were appropriate. She gave him the feeling of a close confidant. If he could get together with her, it would truly be a beautiful story. Not only would it strengthen the relationship between the Alchemy Union and the Dragon Gate, but it would also give him more resources to rely on. However, he didn't want to force his feelings and hoped that they would succeed. He and Yan Daijiao had only met a few times, yet they were already talking about marriage. This was too fast. What's more, he had a lot of women, so he had to control himself. After all, there were still the problems of Lai Ruyu, Zhou Zhijing, and Xiao Ling. It's rare for you to be honest. If you had agreed immediately, this old man would have kicked you out of the door. Lian Haogong was very satisfied with Ling Zhao's answer, and then said, "I don't care about you young people's matters, but if you want to buy the sovereign god pills, that's fine too. However, you, Ling Xiao, must join my medicine alliance, even if it's just a temporary elder. What do you think?" It had to be said that Lian Hao was very straightforward. He directly proposed to rope in Ling Xiao. In the future, when Ling Xiao became the supreme alchemy god, he would also be considered a member of the Medicine Union. The Medicine Union's prestige would be even greater than before. However, he also knew that it wouldn't be easy for Ling Xiao to give up on Dragon Gate and Kim people and completely join their Medicine Union. That was why he relaxed the conditions. Ling Xiao knew how powerful the Medicine Union was. If he could form a relationship with them, it would be a very good choice for him. He replied, "Since that's the case, then I'll just be a guest elder. What do you think, my lord?" In any case, he already had a lot of guest elder positions, so one more wouldn't be a burden. Why not? Your suggestion is not bad. Since you're a guest elder of our Medicine Union, you definitely have the right to buy the sovereign god pills first. Furthermore, with your ability, you'll be able to refine them in the near future. At that time, you won't need to buy them anymore, Lian Hao said. He paused for a moment before continuing. As our guest elder, this matter must be announced. I'll get Jiaoer to do it for you. Also, you should go and participate in this alchemy conference's evaluation. With your ability, you should be qualified. This can be considered as the first thing you've done for our guild, and the benefits will not be lacking. Ling Xiao was overjoyed. He really didn't think that meeting with Lian Hao would actually give him an additional benefit. With his status as a guest elder, it would be much more convenient for him to move around in the future. Ling Xiao will follow your arrangements, my lord. Ling Xiao agreed. All right, after the conference ends, don't be in a hurry to leave. I'll arrange for my senior and junior brothers to meet with you. At that time, you can discuss with them a little. I believe it will be of great benefit to you, Lian Hao replied. Many thanks, my lord. Ling Xiao immediately expressed his gratitude. To be able to meet with the 3 sovereign alchemy gods of the Medicine Union was definitely not something an ordinary person could have. The two of them chatted for a while more before Lian Hao called Yan Daijiao back. After instructing her a few things about Ling Xiao, his clone disappeared from the main hall. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh. This sovereign's methods were truly extraordinary. He was able to sense everything even though he was in a foreign land, and he was even able to condense a clone's divine sense into such a realistic form. It was truly an eye-opener. In truth, divine sense clones could already be created when one was at the Saint Realm. It was just that the strength was different. Furthermore, one's original will aura was still present in order to transfer a divine sense clone to another place. Normally, it would only be an illusory image, but a real divine sense clone like Lian Haogong wasn't something an ordinary person could achieve. After Lian Haogong left, Only Ling Xiao and Yan Daijiao were left in the main hall. Congratulations, guest elder. I didn't think that meeting my second master would make you so happy. Even I'm a bit jealous, Yan Daijiao said with a smile. She was indeed a bit jealous of Ling Xiao. In the past, many divine alchemists had come to visit her three masters, but only a few of them had caught their eye. As for someone like Ling Xiao, he was the first one to gain her second master's approval so quickly. Haha, there's nothing I can do about it. Who told me to be loved by others? Ling Xiao couldn't help but tease her. He was truly in a good mood, and his conversation with Yan Daijiao was quite casual. It was as if they were old friends without any barriers. I've seen a lot of thick-skinned people, but I've never seen someone as thick as you. Yan Daijiao rolled her eyes at Ling Xiao. Then she said, I'll send you back first. I'll have someone send you a guest token and an elder's robe later. You'd better wear them at that time. Otherwise, people will think that you're not an elder of our medicine alliance. As for the sovereign god pellets you want, I'll prepare them for you. However, you can't be lacking in divine crystals. Yan Daijiao's angry glance was extremely charming and enchanting, almost causing Ling Xiao to fall into a daze. Ling Xiao quietly shifted his gaze and said, Of course, I'm just completing the mission I was given. Yan Daijiao noticed Ling Xiao's subtle movements and couldn't help but wrinkle her nose as a trace of disappointment flashed through her eyes. Yan Daijiao once again sent Ling Xiao back to his residence. On the way back, Yan Daijiao told Ling Xiao a lot about the rules of the Medicine Alliance, allowing him to understand the situation of the Medicine Alliance first. In addition, they would also arrange a residence for him in the Palace City so that he could come to the Palace City often in the future and discuss alchemy with others. Ling Xiao was considered a member of the Medicine Alliance after all. If the Medicine Alliance could let Ling Xiao do things under their banner, they would also need Ling Xiao to do some things for their Medicine Alliance. Ling Xiao would not reject these things. He thought about the Beauty Merchant Union where he was also a guest elder. Perhaps when he had the time, he should also make some contributions to them. Otherwise, he would feel a little apologetic. When he returned to his residence, Ling Fei and the others immediately came out to welcome him. Ling Fei asked anxiously, How is it? Did you see the three Lord Medicine Gods? The three sovereign medicine gods of the Medicine Alliance had a supreme position in the heaven realm. Who knew how many people wanted to meet them, but unfortunately, not many could have such an honor. And Ling Xiao had been gone for an entire day. Ling Fei and the others were more or less hoping that Ling Xiao would succeed, and it would be best if he could buy the Sovereign Dan in advance. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, Brother, you are worth two, of course I saw them. Furthermore, the Sovereign Dan has already been settled, brother. You just need to prepare the divine crystals. Really? That's great. Brother, you have done a great service for the sect. Ling Fei exclaimed excitedly. Lan Qi also laughed at the side. Not bad. First we forced the people from the Devil Tiger sect to retreat, then we bought the Sovereign Dan first. This trip was worth it. The other two also agreed. The way they looked at Ling Xiao became even more admiring, and they made up their minds to take advantage of this opportunity to build a good relationship with Ling Xiao. Once Ling Xiao became a sovereign medicine god in the future, they could use this relationship to ask Ling Xiao for the qualifications to refine the Sovereign Dan for them. Following that, Ling Xiao told them about how he had become a guest elder of the Medicine Alliance. Ling Fei, Lan Qi, and the others were instantly stunned. Brother Elder Lan, what's wrong with you guys? Ling Xiao looked at them in surprise and asked, You became a guest elder of the Medicine Alliance. Ling Fei revealed a look of disbelief. Ling Xiao nodded his head and said seriously, There's no need to lie to you guys. Very soon they will send someone to give me the title, and also arrange a place for us to stay. Good boy, good boy. I can't help but admire you. Ling Fei said excitedly. The others were also extremely excited. It was obvious that they were very happy that Ling Xiao was able to join the Medicine Alliance. The Medicine Alliance was not a place that just anyone could enter. Even if an ordinary alchemist wanted to join, they could only start as an outer court deacon. It was extremely rare to see someone like Ling Xiao who could reach the heavens in a single step and become an elder. The authority of a guest elder was actually much lower than that of an inner elder, but it was still higher than that of an outer elder. After all, they had absolute freedom and could arrange their own matters without being restricted too much. This time, I might have to stay for a while. At that time, brother, you guys can take the sovereign Dan and report back first. Ling Xiao said. Since he had become a guest elder here, he had to familiarize himself with the environment here. Furthermore, Ling Xiao also planned to use the resources of the Medicine Alliance to make a breakthrough and become a true sovereign before returning to the Sky Dragon region. This was because he had already been targeted by the Gu clan. If he returned now, there might already be a sovereign waiting for him. Chapter 1377. When he thought of this, Ling Xiao was even more eager to take another step forward. Once he reached the supremacy stage, he would have a truly boundless world. With his various trump cards, he would have a chance to survive even if he faced a high-level supremacy stage expert. Moreover, after reaching the supremacy stage, he would still need some time to become an alchemy god. It would be best if he could interact more with the 3 alchemy gods here. Only then would he be able to avoid more detours. Moreover, the Medicine Guild would definitely have supremacy divine materials for him to squander, which would help him become a supremacy alchemy god as soon as possible. With all these reasons added together, he had no choice but to consider staying here for a period of time. As for the people he brought to the Heaven Domain, he didn't need to worry too much. Ling Gang had sent people to protect them, and he had also informed Ling Feiwu that he wouldn't let them suffer any grievances. During his absence, it would be better for them to adapt to the situation in the Heaven Domain. When he returned to the Dragon Gate again, their strength would soar once again. The next day, the Medicine Guild really sent someone to bestow Ling Xiao a reward. The person who came was a senior elder of the Medicine Guild, a true divine alchemist named Wuxia. Accompanying him were a few alchemy saint alchemists and attendants. When Wuxia first saw Ling Xiao, he was startled by Ling Xiao's overly young appearance. He didn't expect that it would be such a young divine alchemist. Moreover, he heard that the second palace master had taken a fancy to him and directly made an exception to promote him to a guest elder. The other alchemy saint alchemists who came with him were also shocked. Wuxia became even more enthusiastic towards Ling Xiao. A young man who was chosen like this would definitely have a limitless future, so he wouldn't put on airs in front of him. Moreover, he also heard that Yan Daijiao had accompanied this divine alchemist into the main hall yesterday. He suspected that this young man in front of him would be summoned as a subordinate of their Medicine Guild. If that was the case, he had to be even more careful about forming a good relationship with him. Divine Master Ling is indeed a promising young man. No wonder the second hallmaster thinks highly of you. My name is Wuxia. If there's anything I can do for you in the future, just let me know. Wuxia said politely after giving Ling Xiao all the rewards. Ling Xiao didn't know how to put on airs, so he immediately humbled himself and said, "You're too polite, Divine Priest Guan. We're all members of the guild in the future, so you have to take care of me, lest I do something wrong." "Haha. Well said, Guanxia laughed. Then, he brought Ling Xiao to the accommodations arranged for him. There was an extremely grand and luxurious pavilion and courtyard there. There were a total of 50 or so of them, just like the courtyards in the city. The architecture was extremely exquisite and beautiful, and the people who lived there were all divine alchemist elders. Ling Xiao was arranged to stay in a pavilion on the east side of the city. Although it was not as grand as the others, it was still a rare place. From now on, this would be his home in the city. There were already a dozen divine king protectors and elders in this courtyard, as well as several dozen holy emperor guards and maids. In the future, these people would be Ling Xiao's personal attendants and attendants. After chatting with Ling Xiao for a while, Guanxia said his goodbyes. Before he left, Ling Xiao didn't forget to quietly place a spatial ring in Guanxia's hand. Guanxia knew Ling Xiao's intentions, so how could he accept it? He was determined to return it to Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao said, "This is just a small token of my appreciation. If old brother doesn't accept it, this little brother will feel uneasy." Since Ling Xiao had already said this, Guanxia was too embarrassed to refuse. In his heart, he praised Ling Xiao for his good manners. As soon as Guanxia left, Ling Fei couldn't wait to say to Ling Xiao, "Old brother, don't be corrupted by the conditions here. You are the pillar of our Kim people." Ling Fei was really afraid that Ling Xiao would stay in the Medicine Alliance and not return. If that happened, he would become a sinner of the clan. After all, Ling Xiao's future was limitless. Once he became a sovereign, he would definitely become an important elder of their clan. How could he let Ling Xiao stay in the Medicine Alliance just to curry favor with the Medicine Alliance? At that time, the Medicine Alliance would use all kinds of methods to make Ling Xiao indulge in pleasure, and he would become a sinner of the clan. Although he felt that Ling Xiao shouldn't be someone who would forget his roots, he had no choice but to give Ling Xiao some reminders in advance so that Ling Xiao would know his limits. Ling Xiao replied, "Brother, don't worry. The blood of the clan flows in my body. I know what to do. The Medicine Alliance and I are only mutually beneficial." "That's good. Speaking of which, why haven't I seen the other party bring the sovereign Dan yet?" Ling Fei replied, "What's the rush? They'll come eventually," Ling Xiao said, and started to check the things he had been rewarded. Inside, there were a few sets of Medicine Alliance's God Alchemist robes, and the color of his clothes was the same as Guanxia's. It was black with a rusty dark red lace, and there were also dragon and phoenix patterns, making it look solemn and dignified. There was also a guild elder's token, and there were even more divine materials. Ling Xiao was very satisfied with these rewards. There were actually a lot of divine materials inside, but it was difficult for him to obtain so many in the past when he was in Dragon Gate and Kim people. With this batch of divine materials, plus the 500 divine herbs he won from Jiang Xian, he wouldn't be lacking in divine materials for a short period of time. Next, he only needed to refine more divine pills for the Medicine Alliance, and he would also be able to obtain a lot of income. Of course, his main task now was to familiarize himself with everything here as soon as possible, and the first thing he would do was to be the judge of this alchemy conference. He had to make some preparations in advance, so that he wouldn't make a fool of himself. That afternoon, Yan Daijiao arrived at Ling Xiao's territory. She was still wearing an alchemist robe, and her face was covered with a light veil. Her plump and perky figure was not covered by the loose clothes at all, but it made her even more alluring. Her pair of bright almond-shaped eyes were rippling with an indescribable charm. "Greetings, Goddess Yan." Ling Xiao came out with Ling Fei and the others to greet her. Yan Daijiao fiercely rolled her eyes at Ling Xiao and said, "Divine Teacher Ling is too polite. It's only been a day, and you've already forgotten this little girl's words." Yan Daijiao's words made people feel like they were friends who had known each other for a long time, and there was a hint of playfulness in her words, which made Ling Xiao a little unable to bear it. Ling Fei and the others tactfully signaled each other with their eyes and retreated, giving the two some time to interact. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and said, "All right, then I'll call you by your name from now on." Women all held grudges, and Ling Xiao was quite familiar with this point. "That's more like it. I've brought you 5 Supreme God Pellets. You've just joined our guild, so you can recoup the cost." Yan Daijiao revealed a proud expression as she took out the bottle containing the Supreme God Pellets and placed it in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't expect Yan Daijiao to be so generous to actually take out 5 Supreme God Pellets at once. What kind of extravagance was this? It had to be known that every Supreme God Pellet required several extremely rare Supreme God materials as the main material to be refined. Every single one of them was incomparably precious, and there were a total of 5 of them here. If they were to be auctioned, who knew how much the price would soar? Ling Xiao could guess that Yan Daijiao was giving him face by taking out so many Supreme God Pellets at once. He immediately said gratefully, "How many, little sister Jiao Jiao? If you need my help in the future, just let me know." Yan Daijiao made a face when she heard Ling Xiao call her little sister, and said angrily, "Tui, you're the little sister. You should call me big sister, you little brat." In reality, she was more than twice the age of Ling Xiao, so she was naturally unhappy to be called little sister by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao revealed an awkward expression and laughed. "Haha, it was a slip of the tongue. Then I'll just call you Senior Sister Jiao Jiao from now on. Senior Sister Jiao Jiao, you have to protect this little brother and don't let others bully me. Yan Dai Jiao had a childlike temperament as she said, "That's more like it. Don't worry. In the future, with Senior Sister protecting you, no one can bully you." She had always lived in Palace City and rarely interacted with the outside world. Although she was smart, she was still a cute girl who had yet to experience the world. Ling Xiao and Yan Dai Jiao talked for a while, and in the end, they bought the 5 Supreme God Pellets for 50 billion divine crystals. Such a sum of divine crystals was almost equivalent to a medium-sized divine crystal vein. However, this was only the cost. If they were to be auctioned, the price would at least be several times higher. After all, each Supreme God Pellet represented the birth of a supreme incipient God realm expert. The significance of this wasn't ordinary. Yan Dai Jiao and Ling Xiao stayed for more than an hour. She told Ling Xiao many things about the evaluation of the alchemy conference and then left. After that, Ling Xiao summoned a peak God King Protector Elder in his courtyard. This Protector Elder was called Zhao Bai. He was the steward responsible for Ling Xiao's daily life and safety. In the future, whether he could become a half-incipient god realm or a supreme would depend on whether Ling Xiao could become a supreme alchemy god or not. If Ling Xiao could reach that step, he would be able to enjoy the blessing and have a chance to take another step forward. If Ling Xiao couldn't reach that step, then he would be stuck at this step for the rest of his life. After all, he didn't have any potential to break through. That was why he was willing to be a Protector Elder. It all depended on whether the Protector Elder could live up to expectations and lead them to a higher level. After all, they were bound together for good or bad. After they were assigned to Ling Xiao, their fates were closely related to Ling Xiao. "Greetings, God Alchemist. What can I do for you?" Zhao Bai respectfully greeted Ling Xiao. Looking at this young divine alchemist in front of him, Yu Bai's heart was filled with endless emotions. At first, he was a little dissatisfied when he was assigned to be a protector of the new divine alchemist. After all, a guest elder's position in the guild wasn't as high as an inner elder. But after seeing how young Ling Xiao was and understanding some of Ling Xiao's situation, he made up his mind to serve this master well, because he could see the light at which he could advance to the supreme incipient god realm. After all, he was a divine apothecary who was even younger than God Essene. Even though he was only a guest elder, he had only just been invited to join the guild. Once he advanced a step further, he might even become the youngest supreme apothecary in the guild. At that time, he would definitely be valued by the 3 hall masters. Moreover, today, God Essene had personally come to meet this god alchemist. It was enough to show how much importance the guild placed on Ling Xiao. After thinking about this, how could Zhao Bai not follow him loyally? Chapter 1378. The reason Ling Xiao called Zhao Bai over was not because he had something important to discuss, but because he wanted Zhao Bai to explain the situation of the Medicine Alliance in detail so that he could have a better understanding of the Medicine Alliance. Zhao Bai was an old member of the Medicine Alliance. He knew more about the situation and told Ling Xiao about many things without holding anything back. Through this interrogation, Ling Xiao understood a lot about the situation of the Medicine Alliance. In his heart, he felt that joining the Medicine Alliance and becoming a guest elder was indeed a good choice. The degree to which the Medicine Alliance valued alchemists could be said to have reached an unparalleled level. In the Tianyuan region, the status of an alchemist was much higher than that of a warrior. Any clan or force would take pride in nurturing an alchemist. The Medicine Alliance had nurtured a large portion of the alchemists in the Tianyuan region. They did not always stay in the guild, and many of them had joined the various great powers with other identities, acting as a bridge between the 2 great powers. However, these alchemists were still dominated by the Medicine Alliance. They infiltrated those powers and became their honored guests, so they were naturally able to rope in many people. Therefore, as long as the Medicine Alliance raised their arms and shouted, many of the major powers in the Tianyuan region would listen to their commands. Therefore, the Medicine Alliance was definitely a giant existence in the Tianyuan region. This was many times greater than the influence of the Dragon Gate in the Sky Dragon region or the Black Tortoise sect in the Profound Sky region. In addition, the Medicine Alliance's spirit grass and pill shops were spread all over the Tianyuan region, and more than half of their income went to the Medicine Alliance. This method of earning money was even more terrifying than the blazing flame merchants in the Sky Dragon region. After all, spirit grasses and pills were the best things to sell. This was something that every martial artist needed to protect themselves. Of course, with Elder Ling Zhao's identity, he would naturally have a great discount when purchasing spirit grass or pills from the various shops that belonged to the Medicine Alliance. This was only the surface situation of the Alchemy Alliance. As for the internal situation, what concerned Ling Zhao the most was that aside from the 3 supreme alchemy gods, they also had 27 godly alchemists. These 27 godly alchemists were all high-level elders of the Alchemy Alliance. They were existences second only to the 3 supreme alchemy gods. These 27 people did not refer to the divine apothecaries who had joined other forces. If the divine apothecaries in other forces were included, there would be more than this number. They all had their own groups, and their disciples and grand-disciples were also countless, forming several factions. These few factions were led by one of the more outstanding divine apothecaries of the older generation. They each did their own thing and sought their own benefits. However, although these factions were in different camps, they all respected the 3 great supreme medicine gods, and they would never dare to cause a split within the guild. Therefore, Ling Zhao had to pay attention to the competition and interests between these factions. He didn't want to get involved in these factions. After all, he was only a guest elder. He didn't want to participate in the internal strife within the guild. He wanted to be a person who was fated to be in these factions. After Ling Zhao let Zhao Bai leave, he told Ling Fei and the others about the news of the 5 sovereign Dan that he had bought. Ling Fei almost cried out in surprise. "Brother, your face is too big. Usually, there are only 3 supreme god pellets in the auction every year. You actually bought 5 of them in one go. This time, you have made a great contribution." Lan Qi also laughed at the side. "That's right, Godmaster Ling Zhao alone is enough to take care of all of us. This is really too exciting. With these 5 sovereign dinas, our Dragon Gate will have a few more sovereigns." The other 2 also opened their mouths to praise him, the excitement on their faces not being concealed at all. After buying these 5 sovereign danes, when they returned to the Dragon Gate, 2 of them would have the opportunity to receive rewards. It was impossible for them not to be excited. "They just think that I am a new elder, so they gave me some face." Ling Zhao replied with a light smile. Then he said, "Brother, you guys should first escort these 5 sovereign danes back to the sect, lest there be any problems." Ling Fei pondered for a moment and said, "This matter is of great importance. We have to think about it carefully. The people from the Devil Tiger sect will not let us leave the Tianyuan district so easily." Ling Fei's worry was not without reason. They were sworn enemies with the Dragon Gate. Previously, Ling Zhao had made them lose face if they let them leave so easily. Then they would not be people of the Devil Tiger sect. It was certain that the Devil Tiger sect would definitely find out about their whereabouts through other channels. Ling Zhao pondered for a moment and said, "Then you guys can leave on the day of the Alchemy Assembly without any problems." "Why do you say that?" Lan Qi asked from the side. "Because the people from the Devil Tiger sect will make a comeback on that day. When the time comes, they will never expect you guys to leave quietly," Ling Zhao said with a trace of confidence. Ling Fei clapped his hands and exclaimed, "That's right. This is definitely the Devil Tiger sect style. When the day comes, they will definitely come back to get back at us. When that time comes, no one will notice that we have left. To think that you could even think of this, you are really quick-witted. Haha, that's a very obvious thing. What's the big deal? All right, when you guys go back, tell Ling Gang that he must take good care of my people." Ling Zhao laughed, and then gave them a reminder. "Don't worry, many of them are our clansmen. Since they were brought to the heaven domain by you, they should be people of our Dragon Gate. When we go back, I will arrange for them to do some things in the Dragon Gate, or send someone to guide them so that they can cultivate better." Ling Fei waved his hand and said straightforwardly, "Brother, I am relieved to hear that, Ling Xiao replied. But I am worried about you on behalf of sister-in-law and the others. That divine smoke alchemist seems to be very interested in you. Why are you not interested? You might as well get her. At that time, your status in the Alchemy Guild will be even higher, and your relationship with our Dragon Gate will definitely be better. Ling Fei joked. I agree with Elder Ling Fei's words. The divine smoke alchemist is definitely destined to become a supreme alchemy god. No one else can compare to divine smoke alchemist Ling Xiao. In any case, it would be a pity to let go of such a superb woman. Lan Qi echoed from the side. Dragon Gate and the Alchemy Guild could be considered a good match. Moreover, Dragon Gate had Kim people behind them, so it was definitely not a disgrace to the Alchemy Guild. If the two great powers of the two regions formed an alliance, it would indeed be a big shock, and it could indeed improve the relationship between the two great powers. However, compared to Pingyi, Dragon Gate benefited from it, so they persuaded Ling Xiao to do this. At their level, they might not easily fall in love, but for some benefits, they sometimes had to sell their bodies. Ling Xiao also understood this, but he really did not want to sell his body so easily. He thought to himself, a pure person like me only sells my skills, not my body. If people who were familiar with him heard this, they would probably spit on him and drown him alive. How could he even say such words? Shameless to the extreme. There were still 12 days until the alchemy conference, so Ling Xiao did not stay in the courtyard. Instead, he changed into his alchemist robe. This was a robe exclusive to divine alchemists, and not just anyone could wear it. Ling Xiao also pinned the divine alchemist badge on his chest. He could not let others think that he was a martial artist and not an alchemist. After all, this was the Tianyuan domain and this was Palace City. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. When Ling Xiao wore his martial robe, he looked strong and dignified, giving people a domineering feeling. But now that he was wearing the alchemist robe, he became a lot more scholarly, with a touch of transcendence, giving him a bit of the charm of a swindler. Ling Xiao brought Ling Fei and the others around Palace City with Zhao Bai acting as their guide. Although Palace City was a city within a city, it was not the slightest bit smaller than other cities. If one walked on foot, they would not be able to reach the end of the city in 10 days or half a month. However, Ling Xiao only strolled around the important areas of Palace City before heading to Tianyuan City. Now that he was here, he naturally had to familiarize himself with the environment. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. Ling Xiao also walked around Palace City and Tianyuan City, familiarizing himself with many things. At the same time, people in Palace City and Tianyuan City also learned of the existence of Ling Xiao, the #1 divine alchemist. He was a divine alchemist from the Sky Dragon domain, and the youngest one in history. He was only in his 90s, and there were still a few more years before he reached 100. He was appointed as a guest elder by the second hallmaster and was allowed to live in Palace City. Ling Xiao could be considered to have started to become famous in Tianyuan City, and his name would gradually spread throughout the Tianyuan region in the future, becoming the idol of all alchemists in the Tianyuan region. Within Palace City, the divine alchemists of the several factions also sent people to rope in Ling Xiao, each offering temptations in hopes that Ling Xiao would join their camp and strengthen their strength. Ling Xiao politely and tactfully declined their good intentions. He used the excuse that he would return to the Sky Dragon domain in the future, making it impossible for them to persuade him to join their faction. They also couldn't be angry at Ling Xiao. Within Palace City, most people liked this new divine alchemist. After all, Ling Xiao was courteous and didn't have the slightest bit of arrogance, giving people a kind of affinity. However, there were also people who hated his existence, and Miao Qingyue was one of them. In his heart, he had already regarded Ling Xiao as a lifelong enemy. On the surface, Miao Qingyue was also courteous to others, calm and magnanimous, but in reality, he was a narrow-minded and vengeful person. Miao Qingyue and Ling Xiao didn't seem to have any deep hatred, but Yan Daijiao looked at Ling Xiao differently, which made Miao Qingyue unable to bear it. To him, this was simply the hatred of stealing his wife, making him want to get rid of Ling Xiao as soon as possible. Of course, it was impossible for him to brazenly kill Ling Xiao here. The best way was to get Ling Xiao to leave Palace City as soon as possible, and it would be best if he could never exist in this world again. He was waiting for a good opportunity to create a plan to kill with a borrowed knife. Perhaps it would be more perfect. And the existence of the Devil Tiger sect was a sharp knife that he was prepared to borrow. He felt that this knife would definitely be able to take Ling Xiao's life. Chapter 1379. The Alchemy Guild's alchemy competition for the younger generation had finally begun. Alchemists below the age of 5,000 had come from all over the Heaven region and were invited by the Alchemy Guild to participate in this competition. Whoever stood out in the competition would have the opportunity to interact with the three supreme alchemists. That was why nearly 30 alchemists from all over the Heaven region had come. This number was pitifully small when compared to the number of alchemists from all over the Heaven region. The ratio was less than 1 in a million. After all, alchemy geniuses who could become a divine king within 5,000 years and reach the rank of a divine alchemist were few and far between. There were only 5 or 6 people who could reach this rank within 1,000 years, and these 5 or 6 people were the most monstrous among the divine alchemists. Miao Qingyue and Yan Dijiao would also participate in this alchemy conference. They represented the glory of the Alchemy Guild and couldn't lose to the other alchemists. Before the start of the meeting, the restrictions around Hall City quietly withdrew, revealing Hall City in the sky above Heavenly Origin City. Everyone in Heavenly Origin City respectfully bowed towards it, their faces filled with incomparable reverence and worship. In the eyes of the citizens, Temple City was their divine city, a place where they could live in the highest echelons of existence. The divine alchemists in the fragrant medicine tower all headed towards Palace City in high spirits. Among them, Liao Yin, Fen Jingliang, and Fen Jingxiang rushed towards Palace City together. That brat from Dragon Gate actually received an invitation from the Yen goddess and went to live in Palace City in advance. He's too hateful. We must let him know how powerful we are during this alchemy conference. Liao Yin said angrily. Half a month ago, he had been humiliated by Ling Xiao. Liao Yin still remembered it clearly. Fen Jingliang, who was standing to the side, narrowed his eyes and said, "Brother Liao is right. We must let these outsiders know how powerful our local divine alchemists are." He paused for a moment before continuing. "But I've received news that he's been made a guest elder of the guild. It won't be easy to make him lose face." "What? How could that brat be a guest elder? Is there a mistake? We're just outer sect elders. We don't even have the qualifications to live in Palace Hall City." Liao Yin cried out in shock. Fen Jingliang replied, "Who cares? We're all elders anyway, and only those who can get into the top 3 will be able to enter the alchemy god's eyes. That's why I'm definitely going to get into the top 3 this time. When that time comes, I'll be able to become an inner sect elder, and that brat won't even be worth mentioning." Fen Jingliang's words sounded a little like he was deceiving himself. After all, Ling Xiao was able to enter Palace City ahead of time and was even made a guest elder. He must have received the guild's approval. It wouldn't be easy for him to suppress Ling Xiao. Both of them felt aggrieved and knew that it wouldn't be easy to get back at them. After the Devil Tiger sect was driven out of the city by Ling Xiao, they remained in Heavenly Origin City. Today was the day of the alchemy conference, and Jiang Tu still asked Jiang Xian to participate in the alchemy meet. After all, they only made a bet that whoever lost would be kicked out of Palace City. They didn't say that Jiang Xian couldn't participate in the alchemy conference. "Jiang Xian, you can't let anything happen to you this time. Otherwise, our Devil Tiger sect will lose all face. Those bastards from Dragon Gate will definitely hit you when you're down." Jiang Tu solemnly warned Jiang Xian. Last time, Jiang Xian had gone crazy for no reason. Jiang Tu had thought that it was strange, but he didn't notice anything strange with Jiang Xian. He thought that it was really an accident. This was their last chance. They had to get a good result and try their best to make the 3 alchemy gods look at them in a new light. At that time, they could take the opportunity to propose marriage to the 3 elders and have Yin Dijiao marry Jiang Xian. Therefore, Jiang Tu didn't want anything to happen to Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian nodded and said, I'll naturally do my best. And no matter what happens in this alchemy conference, we have to do everything we can to get rid of those people from Dragon Gate. It would be best if we can get rid of that Ling Xiao. Once he gains a foothold in the Alchemy Union, everything will be troublesome, Jiang Tu said. At this point, Jiang Xian did not continue Jiang Tu's words. Instead, a sneer flashed across his eyes. As the alchemy conference began, Ling Xiao sat on the judge's seat. Although he was at the back of the 8 divine alchemists, it was enough to show that his status was different from the others. The main purpose of this evaluation was to evaluate the quality of the pills refined by each divine alchemist and give them a score. This was to determine the strength of each divine alchemist's alchemy skills. At the same time, they had to keep an eye on those divine alchemists to see if they cheated. In short, Ling Xiao was only sitting here as a judge. However, compared to before, it was much better for him to compete with these divine alchemists. After all, Ling Xiao was also a proud person. He felt that he was already half a step into the realm of alchemy god. Competing with these new divine alchemists was simply bullying them. He even felt a little embarrassed. When Liao Yin, Fan Jingliang, and the people from the Devil Tiger sect saw Ling Xiao sitting on the judge's seat, they were all stunned. They knew that Ling Xiao had been appointed as a guest elder by the Alchemy Union. At that time, they all thought that Ling Xiao had passed the Alchemy Union's test and was allowed to join the Alchemy Union. However, they didn't expect that not only did Ling Xiao join the Alchemy Union, but he also didn't need to participate in this alchemy conference. What did this prove? Needless to say, he had already walked in front of all the young divine alchemists and obtained the qualifications to be on equal footing with the old divine alchemists of the Alchemy Union. He didn't need to compete with them for rankings. From this, it could be seen that Ling Xiao was highly regarded by the Alchemy Union. Liao Yin and Fan Jingliang's hearts went cold. If Ling Xiao specifically targeted them, how could they still have a good ending? After all, the two of them could only be considered outer sect elders of the Alchemy Union. Their status in the guild wasn't considered high. Thinking up to here, they thought that they had to repair their relationship with Ling Xiao no matter what. The people from the Devil Tiger sect were also shocked, but they weren't afraid of Ling Xiao taking revenge on them. At most, they would only make this operation fail. After all, they weren't people from the Tianyuan region and weren't bound by the Alchemy Union. It was just that they felt that it wouldn't be easy for them to regain their face. The entire alchemy conference was divided into 3 competition stages. The first was to find the materials needed for a specific pill as fast as possible from among the many materials. This was to test the divine alchemist's familiarity with the pill recipe. It looked simple, but it was to test the importance of a person's foundation. The second was to compete in the skill of controlling fire, to see whose ability to control fire was more exquisite. Among the obstacles set up, who could use the most accurate and fastest power of fire to break through. This could show an alchemist's ability to control pill refining techniques. The last was to compete in who could refine the most perfect divine pill on top of the specified pill. This was the main event of the alchemy conference. After passing these 3 stages, the champion, second, and third places of this grand competition would be decided. The other rankings would not be taken into account for now. After 3 days of competition, not only did Yin Dijiao become the direct disciple of one of the 3 supreme divine alchemists, but she also seized the first place. The second place fell to a young alchemist less than 1,000 years old from the Heaven Sparrow Domain's Yen clan, Yen Yang. The third place went to Miao Qingyue, and Jiang Xian could only settle for 4th place. Fan Jingliang was ranked average, and Liao Yin was almost at the bottom. The pills he refined were only half-finished products. In these few days, Ling Xiao sat close to Wuxia and chatted with him quite congenially. Wuxia knew how to conduct himself and didn't have any intention of trying to rope in Ling Xiao. He only treated him as a friend despite the difference in age. Ling Xiao had also learned a lot about the medicine guild from Wuxia that others didn't know about. He also had a good impression of Wuxia in his heart. He might have to take care of this person in the future. At the end of the alchemy conference, the chief judge, divine alchemist Tang Guji, bestowed great rewards to the top 3. The other divine alchemists also received some divine materials as a reward. Yan Yang and Jiang Xian were informed that they would have the opportunity to receive an audience with Third Hall Master Zhuo Xinghong. This caused the other divine alchemists to be incomparably envious. However, Yan Yang and Jiang Xian didn't feel excited to be able to pay a visit to Zhuo Xinghong. This was because their respective masters were also divine alchemists. They only paid a visit to Zhuo Xinghong because they wanted to mention the matter of marriage. After all, Yan Dijiao was the goddess in every man's heart. Everyone wanted to marry her, wanting to obtain both wealth and beauty. Jiang Xian was already under Ling Zhao's control. When he faced Zhuo Xinghong, he was only perfunctory and didn't mention the matter of marriage. On the other hand, Yan Yang went straight to the point. One had to know that the Yan clan was one of the ancient clans, and their strength was extraordinary as well. They were existences that could compete with the Kim people and the Devil Tiger clan. They had lived in the Heavenly Sparrow region for a long time, and their clansmen were mainly of the fire attribute. However, there were many clansmen who were alchemists, and the Yan clan's ancestor was a genuine divine alchemist. Yan Yang was able to reach this step at such a young age because of his guidance. He could condense 2 divine pills at a time, and his strength was comparable to Yan Dijiao's. He was even stronger than Miao Qingyue. Yan Yang also believed that he was qualified to be with Yan Dijiao. The Yan clan and the Medicine Union had joined hands. As for the result of this marriage proposal, Ling Xiao found out from Jiang Xian that Zhuo Xinghong quite appreciated Yan Yang. Moreover, the Yan clan was indeed comparable to their Medicine Union, so he decided to let Yan Yang stay for the time being and give him a chance to interact with Yan Dijiao. As for whether or not he could capture Yan Dijiao's heart, it would depend on Yan Yang's ability. After Zhuo Xinghong received the 2 of them, he also received Ling Xiao. Zhuo Xinghong found out about Ling Xiao's existence from his second senior brother, and heard his second senior brother praising this young man endlessly, so he also wanted to test Ling Xiao. In the end, Zhuo Xinghong was also convinced by Ling Xiao's understanding of alchemy, which was comparable to his own. He also agreed with his second senior brother's praise of Ling Xiao, and gave Ling Xiao extremely high praise. Chapter 1380. Ling Xiao had already met 2 of the 3 elders of the sovereign alchemy god. As for Shi Zongyang, who was ranked first, he was currently the number 1 person in the entire realm of heaven. This was not referring to his martial strength, but his alchemy level. Amongst the limited number of sovereign alchemy gods in the realm of heaven, he was definitely the number 1 person. If not for Shi Zongyang, the Medicine Alliance would definitely not have developed to its current scale. He was a person who had lived since ancient times. His strength had long reached the peak of the high-level sovereign, and he was the only alchemy god on the sovereign list. It was definitely not easy for the alchemy god to reach the high-level sovereign level. This number 1 alchemy god was the idol of all alchemists, and was revered and worshipped by all alchemists. However, other than a few people in the guild who had seen this number 1 alchemist, it was almost impossible for others to see him. He had already ignored the affairs of the world for many years. Right now, all the matters were handled by Duke Lian Hao and Zhuo Xinghong, and the 2 of them had also delegated their authority to the other divine alchemists. They only paid attention to some of the major matters. It was not that Ling Xiao had to see Shi Zongyang. He just wanted to communicate with this true number 1 person in the realm of heaven and see the difference in the level of the other party's alchemy skills. After Ling Xiao bade farewell to Zhuo Xinghong, he went to the auction held by the guild. This auction was definitely not ordinary. This was an auction open to all the superpowers in the heavenly realm, and ordinary god kings did not even have the qualifications to enter. The divine objects they were auctioning were all priceless. Without sufficient backing, it was almost impossible to auction away the divine objects from here. The auction here was different from other auction venues. There were no gathering seats here. It was in a circular building. The most spacious central area was the auction venue, which was only for the auctioneer and the attendants to auction and display the items. There were many windows in the surroundings, which were all blocked by power, so the things inside could not be seen. These were the special boxes for the auction. There were a total of 5 floors with 80 boxes on each floor. In other words, there were only 400 seats here for the 400 forces or individuals to come in and auction the divine items. Moreover, whoever auctioned the divine items did not need to worry about being discovered by others. In this way, they did not need to be too afraid of being targeted by others, lest they were robbed and killed by others outside. Therefore, the forces that were auctioning here were very at ease to bid. They didn't need to be afraid of being hated by others. As a guest elder, it was not difficult for Ling Xiao to get a private room here. After all, there would always be a place reserved for their own guild members. It was just that no one usually came to these seats, so they were always empty. Ping Yi, on the other hand, found Ling Xiao. When Ling Xiao reached the private room on the top floor, he could immediately sense the people from the Devil Tiger sect nearby. They obviously did not know that Ling Fei and the others had already quietly returned to the Sky Dragon domain. When Ling Xiao controlled Jiang Xian, it could be said that he knew the whereabouts of those people from the Devil Tiger sect like the back of his hand. He knew that they still hadn't given up. When the auction is over, your lives will be over. Ling Xiao sneered in his heart. While others were scheming against him, he was also scheming against others in his heart. Moreover, he knew their plans, but they didn't know his thoughts. This was already an advantage. The auction began, and a beautiful woman leisurely walked into the center of the auction house. This beautiful auctioneer was dressed in revealing clothes, and her voluptuous figure attracted the gazes of all the perverts in the private rooms at first glance. Her ice skin exuded a faint luster, carrying an endless allure, and her pair of beautiful eyes that rippled with spring water could even transmit a kind of primitive feeling that made people restless. She was Miao Qingyue's beloved servant, Sun Chunhua, with the strength of a low-level god king. She was indeed the most suitable person to host the auction. Her coquettish manner could indeed ignite the entire audience. One by one, the high-level god king began to appear in front of everyone, and many forces began to bid. In this spacious auction venue, the clamor of bidding was endless. Ling Xiao could be considered to have seen quite a few precious divine items. There were a few times when he made a move, but he was always at a loss because of evil feather. Although he was relatively rich, it was still somewhat insufficient in front of these big powers. Of course, the main reason was that he didn't want to pay too much of a price. He would only make a move when he encountered something that was truly tempting. Indeed, not long after, 3 stalks of top-notch lunar soul divine grass appeared, making him pleasantly surprised. This was a rare divine grass targeted at the divine soul. It was a precious divine grass that even a half-incipient god realm expert desperately needed. Ling Xiao participated in the intense bidding. He swore to get this lunar soul grass no matter what. After a round of bidding, he finally won it by a fluke with a price that surpassed everyone's. After that, many other strange divine items appeared, and even supreme divine items appeared. That auction price even reached a level that made people flinch. Ling Xiao also participated in the bidding. In the end, he could only win 1 stalk of supreme divine grass, and the price was not cheap. In the end, the finale items were all supreme divine items, and their auction prices were even more shocking. When the supreme god pellet appeared, everyone started to fight for it. The price was much higher than what Ling Xiao had bought before. It wasn't something that ordinary forces could buy. Ling Xiao thought that the supreme god pellet was the last divine item. He didn't expect that there would be a supreme divine item that Ling Xiao had to win before the end of the auction. The next item is the last divine item of the day. Everyone, take a look at what it is. Sun Chunhua kept everyone in suspense. She threw a flirtatious look at the windows of the surrounding boxes. She clapped her hands, and an attendant brought the item up. When the attendant pulled the red cloth away, a dazzling 5-colored light soared into the sky, dazzling the eyes of all the people in the private rooms. When they calmed down and saw that divine item, they couldn't help but scream, Is that a 5-colored divine heaven stone? Why is it being auctioned? That's right. This is definitely a 5-colored divine heaven stone that will only appear in a 5-elemental barrier. This is an item that protects a sect, yet the guild is actually auctioning it off. That's unbelievable. I'm afraid the price won't be low. How extravagant. I wonder if we'll be able to get it. Alright. We'll definitely get this 5-colored divine heaven stone even if we have to use up all our divine crystals. Name the starting price. The 5-colored divine heaven stone was an extremely rare divine item that could only be nurtured in a 5-elemental barrier in outer space. A 5-colored divine heaven stone could be used to stabilize a sect and gather the power of the 5 elements. As a result, the energy of the world and origin energy within the sect would be much denser and purer than the energy gathered by energy-gathering formations. Any superpower would want a 5-colored divine heaven stone like this. As long as they could obtain it, the number of god kings in their faction would definitely increase, allowing their faction to grow rapidly. Apart from that, it also had another effect that could tempt even a sovereign. That was, one could absorb any of its origin energy to strengthen their divine power. It had to be known that a 5-colored divine heaven stone was enough for 5 sovereigns of different attributes to absorb separately. It was extremely difficult for a sovereign to increase their power by even a little. Who knew how long it would take? The 5-colored divine heaven stone was a great supplement for sovereigns. However, this 5-colored divine heaven stone wasn't very big, so its power probably wasn't as much as one would imagine. However, for Ling Xiao, who wanted to break through to the sovereign realm, this was definitely the most suitable supreme divine item for him to use. If he missed out on this 5-colored divine heaven stone, who knew how many years he would have to wait before he could break through to the sovereign realm. Therefore, he had to obtain this 5-colored divine heaven stone even if he had to use the treasures he had obtained from Hunfeng. Since everyone has recognized this is the 5-colored divine heaven stone, let's start the auction. The starting price is 10 billion divine crystals, and each increment must be no less than 1 billion divine crystals. Sun Chunhua twisted her waist and said in a sweet voice, 10 billion divine crystals was a little low for the 5-colored divine heaven stone, but this was only the starting price. As soon as Sun Chunhua's voice fell, someone immediately made a bid. I bid 15 billion. Adding 5 billion divinity crystals at once was definitely not a small number. Soon after, others joined the ranks of the bidding, and the price rose steadily. Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb. If it was just his personal divine crystals, it wouldn't be a problem for him to take out 10 billion divine crystals. However, in the blink of an eye, the price had reached tens of billions of divine crystals. It had simply surpassed the price of a supreme divinity pill. When the price reached 30 billion divine crystals, there were indeed fewer voices bidding. This was already enough to make many forces flinch. When the price reached 35 billion divine crystals, Ling Xiao finally joined the bidding. He raised the price to 40 billion divine crystals as soon as he opened his mouth, looking as though he was determined to win. Who dares to compete with me? Bring it on. Ling Xiao roared fiercely in his heart. He could also use the Supreme Divinity Pill to break through to the Supreme Divinity stage, but Ling Xiao didn't want to do so. Using medicinal pills to break through would always have some side effects. However, the 5-colored divine heaven stone was different. It was the most original power and wouldn't contain any impurities. It was definitely the best divine item for him to break through to the Supreme Divinity stage. As long as he could break through to the Supreme Divinity stage, he felt that any price he had to pay now would be worth it. When that time came, it would be a piece of cake for him to earn divine crystals with his strength. 40 billion divine crystals wasn't the highest price, so someone raised the price again. In the end, Ling Xiao ruthlessly increased the price from 44 billion divine crystals to 60 billion divine crystals. This price had already far surpassed the price of a supreme divinity pill. What a lunatic! 60 billion divine crystals can form a divine crystal array, enough for dozens of god kings to absorb and advance. Even a supreme divinity stage cultivator would be able to increase his strength by a lot if he slowly refined it. He's actually willing to take it out? Someone in a private room cursed angrily. Exactly. This 5-colored divine heaven stone is so small. It's not worth 60 billion divine crystals at all. Forget it. I'm not fighting for it. Chapter 1381. After obtaining the five-colored divine heaven stone, Ling Xiao was almost wild with joy. He had the energy crystal of the origin beast, which was also a supreme divine material. With this five-colored divine heaven stone, as long as he slowly refined them, he would be able to reach the supreme being realm soon. If he only had the Genesis crystal with his body that could absorb a huge amount of energy, he would only be able to reach the half-incipient God realm at most. Now that he had the five-colored divine heaven stone, he could step into the supreme being realm in one step. After all, his true body was already at the peak of the divine king realm, and his God soul had also reached the half-incipient God realm. Could be said that his foundation had already been laid. A lot of blood, but it's worth it. Ling Xiao gently caressed the five-colored divine heaven stone and felt its vast energy, making him wish that he could immediately split it and absorb it. Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry. He put it away and waited until everyone had left the auction house before he walked out. However, he hadn't gone far when he heard someone call out to him, "Elder Ling, please wait." Ling Xiao turned his head nervously and saw Miao Qingyue and Sun Chunhua walking towards him. Ling Xiao cupped his hands towards Miao Qingyue and said, "So it's Elder Miao. What's the matter?" Having just obtained the five-colored divine heaven stone, Ling Xiao couldn't help but worry that it would be robbed by others. He was a little too vigilant. This was the palace city, and no one dared to be presumptuous here. Miao Qingyue enthusiastically said, "It's no big deal. It's just that I know that Elder Ling has just arrived in our Tianyuan district, so I would like to invite Elder Ling to take a stroll around. You might not know this, but there is an ancient mountain range outside our Tianyuan city. There are many divine materials there. In 2 days, our guild will be leading a batch of new disciples out to gain experience. When that time comes, junior sister Tsin Yen and I will be going. I wonder if Elder Ling is interested in joining us?" Sun Chunhua also said in a tender voice, "We are just helping those young disciples keep watch and looking for some divine materials. There are often high-grade divine materials there." Sen Chunhua's mesmerizing eyes continued to scrutinize Ling Xiao. Her heart was filled with love as she said, "What a handsome little guy. He's even more charming than senior brother Miao. No wonder even junior sister Yen is moved." "Is that so? Since Elder Miao has invited us, then let's go together." Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before replying. He could feel Miao Qingyue's dissatisfaction towards him. Even though he concealed it very well, the hatred in his eyes couldn't deceive him. As he was a peak god king with the competence to fight half-incipient god realm experts, he wasn't afraid of Miao Qingyue's tricks. "Then it's settled," Miao Qingyue said happily. "Yeah, I just joined the guild, so of course I have to serve the guild," Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. "Well said. Elder Ling, looks like we have to get closer in the future," Miao Qingyue said with a smile. After talking for a while, the two of them separated. On the way back, Ling Xiao sneered and muttered to himself, "I hope you don't make a mistake. Otherwise, don't blame me for being vicious and merciless." Miao Qingyue looked at the Ling Xiao who had already walked far away and smeared a ruthless expression as he said, "Want to blame someone? Blame yourself for not being tactful. A few days later will be your death anniversary." He paused for a moment and then said, "Truly a pity, such a young divine alchemist, and also a senjin of Goguryeo. He also deserved to die. Who asked him to snatch little sister Smoke Goddess from senior brother?" Sun Chunhua chimed in at the side. Miao Qingyue didn't respond to her words but said, "In a while, go invite the Devil Tiger Sex people to come see me. Whether that brat dies or not, it will still depend on whether they have this ability." Miao Qingyue's vicious scheme to kill with a borrowed knife against Ling Xiao began. It was just that he didn't know that he really found the wrong knife. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Miao Qingyue had indeed gathered a group of disciples to go out and gain experience. It wasn't a big deal for disciples to go out and gain experience. Every divine alchemist had the right to let them go out and increase their combat strength, search for some spirit herbs, and increase their survival experience. After all, although alchemists mainly focused on alchemy, It was also necessary to increase their combat strength and increase their ability to stand on their own. It was just that these disciples were all very young and their strength was still very weak. They could only train outside the ancient mountain range. Under normal circumstances, it would be fine for the Holy Emperor's guards to come out and take charge. However, Miao Qingyue brought Sun Chunhua and a few Divine King-level elders out to lead the team. This caused those disciples to be overwhelmed by the favor. They all hoped that they could be taken in by Miao Qingyue as a disciple. No matter what, Miao Qingyue was the number 2 figure in the previous generation of the guild, and he was also a divine alchemist. As for Ling Xiao, none of these disciples knew of him yet. Otherwise, they would definitely hope that Ling Xiao would take a fancy to them. Elder Ling, it's your first time in the Tianyuan region. You might have to stay here for a long time in the future. You should properly familiarize yourself with the surrounding environment. Miao Qingyue approached Ling Xiao's side and said familiarly. Ling Xiao nodded and said, Elder Miao is right. We should indeed properly familiarize ourselves with it. However, I've learned that the divine herbs in the nearby Myriad Maple Mountain Range have already been mostly harvested by the predecessors. I've never heard of anyone being able to find high-level divine herbs. Miao Qingyue and Sun Chunhua's expressions changed slightly. Miao Qingyue hurriedly concealed it and laughed. Those people are just ignorant. There really are many divine herbs in the depths of the Myriad Maple Mountain Range. Could it be that I'm lying to you? Haha. I also feel that senior apprentice brother Miao's words are correct. Ling Xiao gave Miao Qingyue a rather meaningful look. Miao Qingyue was somewhat scared by Ling Xiao's gaze. He wondered if his plan had been guessed by Ling Xiao. He hurriedly found an excuse to turn around and talk to Miao Chunhua. Miao Qingyue inexplicably felt somewhat apprehensive. He felt that Ling Xiao's gaze was too sharp. If Ling Xiao knew of his plan and got rid of him first, wouldn't that be bad luck? Thinking up to this point, Miao Qingyue planned to quickly find a way to escape once he reached the destination, lest any accidents happened and the gains did not make up for the losses. The Myriad Maple Mountain Range wasn't far from Tianyuan City. With Ling Xiao's strength as a god king, he should be able to arrive in 2 days if he flew at full speed. However, they had to escort these disciples, so it took them more than half a month to reach the Myriad Maple Mountain Range. Needless to say, the reason why this mountain range was called the Myriad Maple Mountain Range was because there were many maple trees that were over 1,000 years old, and there were even many maple trees that were over 10,000 years old. However, these were top-notch materials for construction, as well as top-notch materials for refining wood attribute spirit artifacts. Ling Xiao and the others came to the sky and looked around. They saw a vast expanse of red, looking extremely vast and magnificent. Miao Qingyue had the others bring the disciples to the periphery to train first, and then he and Ling Xiao went straight into the depths. All right, let's split up and search for the divine grass here. Otherwise, it'll be hard to distribute the divine grass we found together, Miao Qingyue suggested. Sun Chunhua echoed. That's right. If we find the divine grass, it won't be good to distribute it evenly. We'll split up and rely on our own methods. However, if anyone can't find the divine grass, they can go back first. In any case, Elder Ling should know the way back, and there's no need to worry about those disciples with others taking care of them. Ling Xiao was a little embarrassed. That's not very good, right? What if we encounter a high-level Saint Beast? I'm a little stronger than you guys, so I can take care of your safety. If we split up, I won't be able to help. I think it's better if I go with you guys. When the time comes, we can just split the divine grass as much as possible. How could Ling Xiao not know that they wanted to slip away? He didn't want them to succeed so easily. Miao Qingyue quickly replied, There's no need for that. Although we're not as good at fighting as Elder Ling, we still have some ability to protect ourselves. Moreover, we're more familiar with the terrain of the Myriad Maple Mountain Range. It's better to split up. That's right. If Elder Ling is worried, then I'll stay with Senior Brother Miao. This way we can take care of each other. What do you think, Elder Ling? Sun Chunhua echoed. So it's like that. Then I don't know much about this 10,000 Maple Mountain Range. I don't know where the divine grass is. Why don't I go back and stand guard for those disciples? In any case, the divine grass can be exchanged back in the city, Ling Xiao said with a helpless expression. Miao Qingyue couldn't help becoming anxious. If Ling Xiao really did this, then wouldn't his plan be ruined? Elder Ling, you've already come. You can't just go back like this. I heard that someone once discovered a top-notch flame spiral vine over there. However, there's a 10th-tier flame holy beast guarding it. Ordinary people have no way of obtaining it. Miao Qingyue pointed in a direction in the depths and said. He clearly wanted to use the flame spiral vine to lure Ling Xiao to search for it so that he could fall into his trap. Ling Xiao also couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with them. He pretended to be hesitant and said, "Okay, then I'll go see if there's a flame spiral vine or not. You two have to be careful. If something happens, it'll be hard for me to explain when I return. Rest assured, Elder Ling. We'll be fine." Miao Qingyue hurriedly responded. "Yeah, we've been here many times. Elder Ling can rest assured and go search for that flame spiral vine." Sun Chunhua responded from the side. Who knew that Ling Xiao said another sentence? "Why don't Elder Miao bring me over? If there's really a flame spiral vine, I can also share a bit with you." Miao Qingyue threw out a sentence. "Elder Ling, you go look for it yourself. I'm going to go look for the divine grass that I need." Finished talking, he didn't say anything more to Ling Xiao and hurriedly sped off in a direction. Sun Chunhua wasn't slow either. She smiled at Ling Xiao and also immediately chased after Miao Qingyue's direction. "I'll spare your lives first. You'll be in for a treat later," Ling Xiao said with a cold smile as he looked at their departing figures. Ling Xiao had Jiang Xian, the spy. He knew the whereabouts of those devil tiger sect people like the back of his hand. And Ling Xiao already knew about the matter of Miao Qingyue and the devil tiger sect's discussion long ago. He naturally made preparations since he dared to come here with Miao Qingyue. Others wanted to kill him. How could he not want to get rid of this potential enemy? Ling Xiao didn't head in the direction that Miao Qingyue pointed. Instead, he landed on a mountain peak and started to sense Jiang Xian's existence. He gave Jiang Xian instructions and carried out his counterplan. Now, the show had just begun. Chapter 1382. The Devil Tiger Sex people had arrived at the Myriad Maple Mountain Range earlier than Ling Xiao's group. All of them had concealed their auras and were in hiding. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to discover their traces at all. Jiang Tu and Miao Qingyue had each other's sound transmission stones. They could communicate here and know each other's whereabouts. When Miao Qingyue transmitted his voice to Jiang Tu immediately called out to the others to prepare to capture and kill Ling Xiao. Previously, they had also heard from Miao Qingyue that Ling Fei's group had rushed back to the Sky Dragon territory during the alchemy conference. This made them feel that it was a great pity. Otherwise, they would definitely capture and kill Ling Fei's group to vent their hatred. Now that Ling Fei's group wasn't here, killing Ling Xiao was also very important to them. Otherwise, if the Medicine Union and Dragon Gate became allies, it would definitely not be a good thing for the Devil Tiger sect. Elder Tu, since Ling Xiao is here, there's no need to be anxious. I think there's a better plan, Jiang Xian said. Jiang Tu looked at Jiang Xian in astonishment and said, "What plan? Tell me." "First of all, getting rid of Ling Xiao might be a way to vent our anger. It's definitely necessary to get rid of an outstanding young divine alchemist from the Heavenly Dragon sect. But the Heavenly Dragon sect's people will definitely guess that it was us who did it. At that time, it will inevitably lead to a confrontation between our two sections. I have a plan that can make the Heavenly Dragon sect's people not suspect us and also make the Medicine Union hate us," said Jiang Xian. "Oh, hurry up and say it," Jiang Tu said with great interest. The others also revealed curious expressions. Clearly, they were very concerned about this proposal. Jiang Xian said, "We'll first kill Miao Qingyue and then shift the blame to Ling Xiao. This way, the Medicine Union and Dragon Gate will definitely be irreconcilable. I know that Miao Qingyue is the chief disciple of Third Hall Master Zhuo Wenhong. If something happens to his disciple, he definitely won't turn a blind eye." Everyone present was stunned. They didn't expect Jiang Xian's brilliant plan to actually include his partner. This might be a little risky. Jiang Tu was a little worried. If the Ji Zun really wanted to go all out to find the real culprit, then there would definitely be a way. He was afraid that this plan would fail and instead offend the Medicine Alliance, which would not be worth it. This won't be a problem. As long as one of us disguises as Ling Xiao and kills them, it won't be easy for even a supreme being to track us down. Moreover, we can also kill Ling Xiao and create the illusion that they killed each other. Then it will be foolproof. Jiang Xian continued. Jiang Tu was tempted. After all, the members of the Demon Tiger sect were all vicious and merciless individuals. They would not hold back just because the other party was from the Medicine Alliance. The key was how to reduce unnecessary trouble. At this time, someone spoke up. I think Jiang Xian's words make sense. In any case, Miao Qingyue wants Ling Xiao to die, so it's not surprising that he was killed by Ling Xiao. At that time, as long as we erase some traces, no one will know that we did it. This is definitely the best of both worlds. That's right, Elder Tu. We can't let go of this great opportunity. Jiang Xian continued to persuade. Jiang Tu hesitated for a moment before a glint flashed across his eyes. All right, let's do as you say, but we must do it flawlessly. We must not leave any traces behind. The temptation of Jiang Xian's method was too great. Once it succeeded, it could create a hostile relationship between the Dragon Gate and the Medicine Alliance. At that time, when the two great powers fought, their strength would be reduced, and this was definitely the best thing for their Demon Tiger sect. After a round of discussion, the people of the Demon Tiger sect sent a Peak Divine King to disguise himself as Ling Xiao and let him kill Miao Qingyue. Remember, this matter can only be successful. Before the Peak Divine King was about to set off, Jiang Tu specially instructed him. Yes, Elder Tuesday. That guy is only a middle-stage Divine King. I'll kill him like a chicken. The Peak Divine King responded and rushed in the direction of Miao Qingyue. After Miao Qingyue and Sun Chunfeng were far away from Ling Xiao, they stopped on a mountain and passed the news of Ling Xiao to the people of the Demon Tiger sect, asking them to chase after Ling Xiao. I hope that bastard will never see tomorrow's sun, Miao Qingyue said with a ruthless expression. Senior brother, this time Ling Xiao should be dead for sure. Even if he is the Senjin of Goguryeo from the Dragon Gate, he will definitely not be able to escape from the pursuit of the Demon Tiger sect, Sun Chunhua said from the side. At the same time, her graceful body moved towards Miao Qingyue and wrapped around her senior brother's body like a snake. Miao Qingyue wrapped his arms around her waist and buried his head in her plump breasts, enjoying the softness as he said, I don't want any accidents to happen, and I hope that the people from the Devil Tiger sect don't disappoint me. Otherwise, if Ling Xiao escapes, we will be in big trouble and he will suspect us. Sun Chuanhua's chest was pressed down by Miao Qingyue's face, and a wave of love instantly rippled. Her delicate face instantly became flushed, and her anxious expression was immediately revealed. She hugged Miao Qingyue's head and said while panting, Heh, senior brother, I don't think the Demon Tiger sect will be so useless. Don't they have a half-incipient God Realm expert? It's impossible that even a half-incipient God Realm expert can't take down that Ling Xiao. Miao Qingyue laughed and said, You're right. That bastard Ling Xiao must die. No one can snatch my junior sister Yen away. After saying that, he tore Sun Chuanhua's clothes, revealing her white body and her two dazzling eyeballs. When Sun Chunhua heard Miao Qingyue mention Yen Dai Jiao, she was unhappy, but she was already rippling like spring water. She also tore Miao Qingyue's clothes and said coquettishly, Oh, senior brother, hurry up and love me. She twisted her snake-like body. Her plump breasts, delicate waist, and round buttocks added a touch of spring to the maple forest between the mountains. Miao Qingyue grabbed Sun Chuanhua's plump buttocks and lifted her up. He grinned fiendishly and said, Junior sister Yen, senior brother is happy today. You can scream and cheer as much as you want. Miao Qingyue treated Sun Chunhua as a substitute for Yen Dai Jiao, and his lower body fiercely pierced into Sun Chuanhua's flower stream that had long since become a disaster. Ah! Sun Chunhua was naturally obscene. After being done by Miao Qingyue like this, her obscene cries echoed in the maple forest, sounding very comfortable. The battle between the two of them was especially intense. They were not worried about being disturbed by spirit beasts or other people at all. After all, they were divine kings. All of their senses were abnormally sensitive. They would be aware of even the slightest movement of grass in the wind. Moreover, when they chose this mountain peak, they had already used their divine senses to observe the surrounding situation. They knew that there were no dangers or other people here, which was why they stopped here. However, although they were cautious, they still did not expect a dangerous aura to quietly approach them. The peak divine king of the Devil Tiger sect had already used a secret technique to completely conceal his aura. This peak divine king was called Yen Mo Fu, and he was one of the lower-ranked Senjin of Goguryeo in the Sky Dragon domain. He was good at using swords and was an expert in assassination. After he approached the mountain where Miao Qingyue and Sun Chunhua were at an extremely fast speed, he carefully walked towards them. Yen Mo Fu had just arrived 1,000 meters away from the two of them. Through the obstruction of layers of maple trees, he saw the two of them desperately copulating, which made his lustful eyes shine. TSK. This adulterous couple is really bold and unrestrained. They are actually scheming against others while still having fun here. Yen Mo Fu mocked in his heart. Then he thought, but this little girl's soft skin and tender flesh is really delicious. It would be a pity to kill her. A cold light flashed in his eyes. His figure moved quickly, and he instantly pounced forward like a cheetah pouncing on its prey. A long sword appeared in his hand, and he directly attacked the back of Miao Qingyue's head, who was desperately using his strength. Miao Qingyue was a mid-level divine king, and his battle strength was only average among those of the same level. Sun Chunhua was even worse than him, as she only had the strength of a low-level divine king. In order to not let their plan be exposed, they did not bring anyone else with them. As a result, they could not even react in time to Yen Mo Fu's assassination. Yen Mo Fu was the Senjin of Goguryeo, and his strength was already at the peak of the divine king realm. Assassinating two people who were too far below him was really a piece of cake for him. Miao Qingyue was at the peak of his excitement, and his face was full of refreshment. When he sensed danger approaching, Yen Mo Fu's sword had already pierced into the back of his head. Then, his sword's momentum changed, and Miao Qingyue's head was split into two. He really didn't know it even if he died. A pool of fresh blood splashed on Sun Chunhua's delicate face, and she immediately screamed in fright. Ah! How could she have imagined that someone would try to assassinate them here? Moreover, before they could react, her senior brother had died in her arms just like that. Looking at Miao Qingyue, who had already lost his head, she almost vomited. Sun Chunhua flung Miao Qingyue's body away, and her entire person hurriedly retreated. She looked at Yen Mo Fu, her face full of shock. You are from the Devil Tiger sect. Why do you want to kill us? Sun Chunhua questioned. She and her senior brother had contacted the people from the Devil Tiger sect to kill Ling Xiao. Now, they didn't go to kill Ling Xiao, but instead came to kill them. This made her extremely panicked. Heh. Since you've recognized me, then stay behind and accompany this king to have some fun. Yen Mo Fu laughed lewdly, and instantly flew over, grabbing Sun Chunhua's neck. He then said, "Don't resist. Maybe I can spare your life." At the same time, he used his qi to tear his clothes apart, and the sinister thing on his lower body ruthlessly pierced into Sun Chunhua's uncovered lower body. Sun Chunhua knew that in front of him, she simply couldn't withstand a single blow, and simply didn't make any pointless resistance. Instead, she let go and did her best to cater to him, hoping that he would really let her go. Haha, not bad. Truly exciting. Yen Mo Fu continuously grabbed Sun Chunhua's plump area as he laughed heartily. Sun Chunhua's desire rippled as she said, "My lord, as long as you're comfortable, Chunhua will follow my lord and serve you in the future." Okay. Yen Mo Fu casually replied. They didn't know that there was a pair of cold eyes staring at them from the shadows, and an invisible force was attacking them. Chapter 1383. Yenemo Fu was just like Miao Qingyue, enjoying this passionate moment to his heart's content. Of course, he wouldn't let Sun Chunhua go, but before that, he had to have a good time. However, he didn't know that he was about to follow in Miao Qingyue's footsteps. No, he was much better than Miao Qingyue. At least, he didn't have to die immediately. 2 invisible soul-locking spells invaded Yenemo Fu's and Sun Chunhua's god souls. Yenemo Fu's god soul power was strong, but under the god soul power of a half-incipient god realm, it still wasn't enough. Moreover, he was still in a state of excitement. He didn't have a bit of vigilance, so it wasn't difficult to be controlled. Needless to say, Sun Chunhua, a low-level god king, simply had no room to resist and was controlled. In the distance, a hidden figure passed on a specific message to them and then quietly left. The 2 of them were still in an endless and intense movement. Not long after, a few silhouettes dashed over from a direction. These people were the God Kings who came out with Miao Qingyue's group. They were protecting those disciples and didn't follow Miao Qingyue's group here. That person just now seemed to be heading this way. How did he disappear? The person leading them murmured. Immediately after, he spread out his divine consciousness and immediately sensed a strange aura nearby. He brought the others and quickly approached the mountain below. Isn't that woman Elder Sun Chunhua? Who is that man? A god king of the Medicine Alliance cried out in surprise. She should be together with Elder Miao, another person said. Through the maple forest, they could already see the 2 people who were engaged in a naked fight below. Everyone's expression became a little strange. Immediately after, the leader scanned a few times and his eyes fixed on a corpse. His expression instantly changed. Adulterous couple. The leading peak god king shouted and stabbed the 2 people below with his long spear. Following this peak god king's attack, the others also attacked at the same time. Yenemo Fu and Sun Chunhua showed panic and resisted. What are you guys doing? I'm from the Devil Tiger sect. Yenmo Fu was the Senjin kingdom of Goguryeo. His reaction wasn't slow either. He left Sun Chunhua's body and shouted. Sun Chunhua cried out in alarm. Elder Wuxia, quickly kill this pervert. He killed senior brother Miao. What? Damn it! The person called Elder Wuxia cursed loudly, and made everyone summon their holy beasts to surround and attack Yenemo Fu. Yenmo Fu didn't seem to be a match for these people. Very quickly, he was heavily injured and restrained by the people from the Medicine Alliance. Wuxia glared fiercely at Yenemo Fu before hurrying over to see if the headless corpse was really Miao Qingyue. Sure enough, after taking a few glances at the corpse, he was immediately sure that the person who died was Miao Qingyue. Bastard, you bastards actually plotted to kill Elder Miao. You deserve to die. Wuxia cursed angrily, wanting to kill the 2 of them on the spot. However, he was stopped by another person. Elder Wuxia, don't be impulsive. This matter is of great importance. We must bring them back for the palace master to deal with. After pausing for a moment, he said, I recognize this person. He is indeed from the Devil Tiger sect. Let's listen to what Elder Sun has to say first. That's right. I didn't murder senior brother. Senior brother and I were childhood friends, and he is my man. How could I plot to harm him? It was him, the people from the Devil Tiger sect, who wanted to kill senior brother Miao and humiliated me. They also wanted to kill Elder Ling Xiao and destroy the future foundation of our guild. If you don't believe me, you can use the soul-searching technique to confirm all of this. Wuxia hesitated for a moment before saying, Quick! Tie him up first and cripple his strength. Immediately return to the guild and gather the other elders. We must not let them succeed. Wuxia realized the urgency of the situation. He had to send this news back to the guild as soon as possible. Otherwise, even if he had 10 lives, he wouldn't be able to stop the palace master from punishing him. After all, Miao Qingyue was the direct disciple of the 3rd palace master. To actually be killed by someone from the Devil Tiger sect in his own territory was a huge matter. If they couldn't take down the people from the Devil Tiger sect, their Medicine Alliance Guild would lose all face. As a peak divine king, he couldn't make the decision on this matter. He could only send this matter back as soon as possible and let the higher-ups make a decision. Wu Qing first got people to bring Yan Mofu and Sun Chunhua back to the guild at top speed, and then he brought 2 people to immediately escort the disciples back. If the Devil Tiger sect really wanted to exterminate these disciples, it would be a huge matter. Although these disciples weren't strong yet, they were the disciples and grand disciples of many godly apothecaries. He couldn't afford to bear such a crime. When the Devil Tiger sect's Jiang Tu and the others asked Yan Mofu to chase after Miao Qingyue, they went in another direction to search for Ling Zhao's whereabouts. Didn't you say that that bastard went this way? Why haven't I sensed his aura yet? Jiang Tu said impatiently. According to the information that Miao Qingyue gave him, Ling Zhao should have gone in this direction. However, they didn't find anyone even after rushing for quite a while. They couldn't help but suspect that Ling Zhao wasn't coming this way. If they couldn't find Ling Zhao, then wouldn't their plan be ruined? At this time, Jiang Xian said again, "The area here is so big, and our divine sense is unable to penetrate every corner of this maple forest. If Ling Zhao went in another direction, we won't be able to find him at all. I think we should split into 3 groups and search in 3 different directions. I'm sure we can find him that way. That Ling Zhao is the Senjin of Goguryeo. I'm afraid it's not good to split up," said the God King with the braid. "Are you stupid? Ling Zhao is the Senjin of Goguryeo, but we have Elder Jiang Tu and the others at the half-incipient God realm. How could Ling Zhao be their opponent? Don't boost his prestige and destroy our own confidence," Jiang Xian said discontentedly. Jiang Tu hesitated for a while and then said, "It's a good idea. We must find Ling Zhao and kill him as soon as possible. Otherwise, if Mo Fu's side succeeds and we can't, we will have a problem in the future." They had 7 people here. 5 of them were at the half-incipient God realm while Jiang Xian and the Braidman were at the King God realm. If they split into 3 groups, it wouldn't be a problem to find Ling Zhao. Each group had 1 or 2 half-incipient God realm experts, so they weren't afraid of anything. In their eyes, Ling Zhao was just at the peak of King God realm. How could he be stronger than the half-incipient God realm experts? Thus, Jiang Tu arranged them. He, Jiang Xian, and another half-incipient God realm expert would form a group of 3. Their priority was to protect Jiang Xian. The other 2 half-incipient God realm experts would form another group, and the last half-incipient God realm expert and the God King with the braid would form another group. They split into 3 groups to search for Ling Zhao. They had to find him as soon as possible. They had exchanged sound-transmitting stones. Once something happened, they could contact their fellows to help them. As soon as they split up, a shadow started to move in a direction under the maple forest. That shadow was moving towards the group of the God King with the braid. It was the weakest group. Thus, it was the easiest place to start and it wouldn't disturb the others. The God King with the braid and the half-incipient God realm expert flew for a while, but they didn't meet anyone. The God King with the braid said impatiently, "Martial Uncle, do you think that bastard knows our plan?" The half-incipient God realm expert glared at him. "Only a few of us know our plan. Do you think there's a spy among us?" "No, I didn't mean that. I'm guessing that bastard found something from Miao Qingyue. That's why he didn't come here. It's troublesome." The God King with the braid waved his hand. "I don't think so. He used the sound-transmitting stone to tell us that the bastard is here. Perhaps he has some secret technique to hide his aura. We can't find him for a while," answered the half-incipient God realm expert. Miao Qingyue wanted to cooperate with them to show his sincerity. That was why the Demon Tiger sect agreed to kill Ling Zhao together. The God King believed that Miao Qingyue wouldn't betray them. Indeed, at this moment they finally sensed something. "Haha, you think you can hide it well? Come out." The half-incipient God realm expert sneered and slapped a mountain below. Boom! That mountain was blasted into powder in just a blink of an eye. A shadow dashed out from that location. "People of the Demon Tiger sect, what do you want?" This shadow was Ling Zhao, whose whereabouts had been exposed. Haha, what do I want? Of course, I want to kill you. The half-incipient god realm expert of the demon tiger sect laughed. Both of his palms thundered at the same time. Two flows of turbulent space energy poured down on Ling Xiao. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao in just one move. However, before he could finish his attack, an invisible shadow had appeared behind him. A storm of attacks pounded on his body. The half-incipient god realm expert was struck dumb. How could he have imagined that he would be hit by someone else's attack before he could even finish his move? Moreover, the attack's power was no less than his own. Very quickly, he was reduced to minced meat. His whole body was covered with palm prints, and blood flowed out incessantly. The man with the braid was also sent flying by the shockwaves. He watched as his martial uncle was inexplicably beaten black and blue all over. His body kept tumbling in the air, and his face was filled with horror. What? What's going on? The man with the braid couldn't wrap his head around it. Ling Xiao's real body stormed to the man with the braid in just a blink of an eye. He punched the man's lower abdomen. Arg! The man with the braid didn't even have time to react. He spurted a mouthful of blood. Ling Xiao didn't spare him. He punched and kicked the man with the braid until he was unconscious. At this moment, the half-incipient god realm expert was dying under Ling Xiao's attack. He only had half a breath left. Harumph, you want to kill me? You're not qualified. Ling Xiao fused into one. Instantly, the soul-locking spell overflowed from his sea of consciousness. Killing them was the same as killing them. It was better to control them and make them his death warriors. In the future, he would have many helpers. Chapter 1384. There seems to be some movement over there. Did Elder Gon find them? Jiang Tu's soul consciousness had a wide range. After the movement, he immediately sensed it. I think so. Let's go and check. Another half-incipient god realm warrior answered. We're a little far from them. How about we let Elder Luo and Elder Gon go and check first? They're closer to Elder Gon. Perhaps they were attacked by the sacred beasts. Jiang Xian suggested. I'll ask Elder Gon to see if they're all right. Jiang Tu said and then took out the sound-transmitting stone to contact the person on the other side. Jiang Tu's face darkened when he didn't receive a reply for a long time. Did something happen to them? It shouldn't be like this. He had just sensed the movement. He didn't believe that his companions were killed in just a blink of an eye. That was the power of a half-incipient god realm expert. Unless a supreme expert came here, how could they be killed in such a short time? Let's go and check. Jiang Tu made up his mind instantly. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he received a reply from the sound-transmitting stone. All right, Elder Gon and the others are all right. They were just attacked by the sacred beasts. Let's go and find them first. Jiang Tu heaved a sigh of relief. If his companions were killed, he had reason to suspect that he had fallen into someone else's trap. Why did he have a bad premonition? In another direction, the two Luo brothers of the Devil Tiger sect were also trying their best to find Ling Xiao's whereabouts. Luo Feng and Luo Men were both at the half-incipient god realm. However, they didn't cultivate the dark attribute. Instead, they cultivated the water attribute. They also sensed the situation over at their companion's side. They immediately contacted the other side to see what had happened. However, the news they received was different from what Jiang Tu and the others had received. Something happened to Elder Gon. Let's go and check. Luo Feng shouted at Luo Men. Right after that, they sprinted towards the place where Ling Xiao had captured the two people. It only took them 1 hour to reach the place where their companions were killed. When they saw their two companions, they felt relieved. At the same time, they also saw Ling Xiao in front of them. Their eyes flashed with a fierce light. Old Gon, what's going on? You two can't even handle this punk? Luo Feng asked curiously. Seeing Gon Linchu covered in blood, he was shocked. He knew that Gon Linchu's strength was comparable to theirs, but he was still in such a miserable state. Gon Linchu revealed a peculiar expression, getting close to Luo Feng and saying, "We indeed can't deal with him." As he finished, both of his palms struck out at the same time. aiming for Luo Feng's vitals. Bang! Ah! The moment he made his move, Ling Xiao's invisible divine soul avatar also attacked Luo Man at the same time. Two screams rang out. The two brothers, Luo Feng and Luo Men, didn't have any defense at all. They were beaten until they didn't know what to do. Although they were half-incipient God Realm experts, Gan Linchu and Ling Xiao's God Soul clones had the same competence as them. It was impossible for them not to get hurt. Ling Xiao's God Soul avatar had smashed Luoman's body, making him lose his fighting competence. At the same time, something happened on Gan Linchu's side. Luo Feng was wearing the defense of a half-ancient divine weapon under his cloak. Although Gan Linchu had attacked him all of a sudden, he wasn't hurt much. "Bastard, old Gan, what are you doing?" Luo Feng screamed in fear. Then, he recognized his brother's situation and shouted, "Who else wants to come out?" At the same time, he summoned his holy beast. It was a sky-swallowing whale. Its huge body was even bigger than a few mountains. It seemed to cover the sky from high up in the sky, and the blue divine light around its body was extremely dazzling. The sky-swallowing whale was the overlord of the sea. Its terrifying mouth could swallow everything. Although its devouring power couldn't compare to the primal chaos divine beast's devouring power, its power was enough to scare people. Once it swallowed someone, he would die 10 times out of 10 times. Its gastric juice could even melt a divine weapon. After Luo Feng summoned the sky-swallowing whale, he immediately dashed towards his brother. He wanted to save him first. However, Gan Linchu didn't let him do that. He also summoned his holy beast to fight against Luo Feng. "Gan Linchu, are you King crazy?" Luo Feng was so enraged that his lungs were about to explode. He had never thought that his man would attack him like that. Gan Linchu didn't answer Luo Feng. He used his best techniques to capture Luo Feng. However, Ling Xiao had taught him a lot. Although he had taken the divine pellet to restore his fighting competence, he couldn't capture Luo Feng yet. "If you want to die, I'll help you," said Luo Feng maliciously. While he was fighting Gan Linchu, he asked Jiang Tu for help through the sound-transmitting stone. Boom! Boom! The battle between half-incipient God Realm experts was earth-shaking. Mountains and rivers lost their colors. The chaotic space currents were constantly destroying everything. At this moment, Ling Xiao had dragged Luo Men aside. He wanted to use the soul-locking spell to capture him first. As long as he had two half-incipient God Realm experts on his side, when Jiang Tu's team came, he would have a sure victory. However, Luo Feng was determined to save his brother. He had ordered his sky-swallowing whale to fly towards Ling Xiao while he had to tangle with Gan Linchu and his holy beast. The sky-swallowing whale's massive mouth had a massive suction force that sucked the space dust into its mouth. It even uprooted the maple forest tens of thousands of meters below. All of them became its food. Once the sky-swallowing whale came close to Luo Men, it would swallow everything around him. Ling Xiao couldn't bear it anymore. He had to give up controlling Luo Men. He had to kill the sky-swallowing whale first. The heaven-swallowing whale was very large and looked very mighty and ferocious. However, it also had a weakness, and that was that once it left the sea, its flying speed was extremely slow. In a battle at the same realm, it was absolutely a fatal weakness. Moreover, it was a warrior with peerless speed like Ling Xiao. This weakness was too obvious. Ling Xiao threw Luo Men to the God King with the braid. He held the golden dragon spear and moved around the sky-swallowing whale. At the same time, his God Soul clone became invisible and attacked Luo Feng. He split into two clones to deal with the sky-swallowing whale and Luo Feng at the same time. He wanted to capture them before Jiang Tu's team arrived. Puff puff! Ling Xiao didn't show mercy. The golden dragon spear forcefully pierced through the thick skin of the sky-swallowing whale. Bloody holes appeared like blooming blood flowers. It was really breathtaking. The sky-swallowing whale's body moved crazily. It spurted a lot of water from its mouth, aiming at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth, bursting all of his energy to the peak. His dragon-shaped fighting spirit rose. His fighting competence could be compared to a half-incipient God Realm expert. Holding the golden dragon spear, he and the spear became one. He directly attacked the sky-swallowing whale. He wanted to blow the sky-swallowing whale up and not give it a chance to counterattack. Rumble. Before the sky-swallowing whale's water could reach Ling Xiao and the golden dragon spear had already pierced into the sky-swallowing whale's giant body, creating a huge bloody hole. In the next moment, Ling Xiao held the golden dragon spear and pierced through the sky-swallowing whale's body. The sky-swallowing whale screeched unceasingly in the sky, blood gushing out unceasingly. Ling Xiao put in more effort. Soon, the sky-swallowing whale was smashed into smithereens. On the other side, although Luo Feng had the help of the ancient god weapon, under the intervention of Ling Xiao's god soul clone, he also had no chance of survival. It wasn't easy for Ling Xiao to control Luo Feng. The main reason was that he couldn't break Luo Feng's defense, which meant he couldn't hurt Luo Feng badly. Moreover, Luo Feng's head was the most lethal part. Only by blowing it up could Ling Xiao capture Luo Feng. Ling Xiao didn't want to deal with Luo Feng bit by bit because Jiang Tu and the others were getting closer. At that time, he would have to spend a lot of effort to deal with them. He could only let Luo Feng die first. When Ling Xiao and Gan Linchu killed Luo Feng, Jiang Tu and the others finally arrived. Luo Feng, you bastard Gan Linchu, what are you doing? Jiang Tu only saw Gan Linchu dealing with Luo Feng. He didn't see that it was Ling Xiao who was invisible who blew up Luo Feng's head. Luo Feng's god soul didn't even have a chance to escape. It was dragged into Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, filtered by the dragon phoenix godly, hoop and absorbed its soul energy. It was just enough to replenish the energy that Ling Xiao's god soul clone had just lost. It even helped him grow. Jiang Tu attacked Gan Linchu. His strength was so strong that he directly blew Gan Linchu away. Jiang Tu was in existence very close to the Great Master Realm. He wasn't someone a half-incipient God Realm expert could compare to. Come back first. Heal your wounds first. Ling Xiao ordered Gan Linchu. Shi Yan had beaten Gan Linchu half to death and then fought with Luo Feng for a while. He had consumed a lot of his god power. Jiang Tu saw Gan Linchu fly back to Ling Xiao and follow Ling Xiao like a loyal servant. His tiger eyes sparkled with thick murderous intent. Turns out you're a traitor. You deserve to die. Jiang Tu roared indignantly. A set of divine defensive armor appeared on his body. A tiger-shaped scythe appeared in his hand. A top black tiger king appeared by him. Surprisingly, it was a dark demon tiger at the peak of level 10. Its fighting competence could be compared to a half-incipient god realm expert. The murderous aura it emitted could make people shiver in fear. On the other side, the half-incipient god realm expert also summoned his holy beast. His entire body was armed, and he didn't look arrogant at all. Jiang Xian did the same. However, he acted domineeringly. He crossed Jiang Tu and dashed towards Ling Xiao, shouting, "Surrender now, otherwise you will die without a burial place." Jiang Xian seemed to be eager to kill his enemies. He wasn't afraid that his opponents were stronger than him. Jiang Tu was frightened by Jiang Xian's action. He hurried to chase after him, shouting, "Jiang Xian, come back, you're not their match." The other half-incipient god realm expert also dashed over. He had to protect Jiang Xian. If something happened to him, it would be a big crime when he returned to the sect. Ling Xiao took this opportunity to launch a soul power attack. The traceless golden dragon spear was enhanced by the dragon phoenix divine hoop. Jiang Xian was the first target. Gan Linchu followed closely behind, his target Jiang Xian. Chapter 1385. As Ling Xiao wanted to subdue Jiang Tu and the other half-incipient god realm expert into his puppets, he had to subdue them in a short time. To prevent anything unexpected from happening, Ling Xiao had to use the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop to increase his power. He didn't want to give Jiang Tu any chance. Anyway, Jiang Tu was using his entire body to defend. Even if Shi Yan used his god soul to hide, he couldn't kill Jiang Tu in one strike. Only by using soul power would he be able to kill him. Jiang Tu concentrated on Jiang Xian. He cursed inwardly, This idiot! What realm do you have? How dare he act tough? He had never thought that Jiang Xian would dare to attack him first. He was crazy. Anyway, he was the weakest here. How could he dare to do that? Of course, Jiang Tu didn't know that it was Ling Zhao's bait. As he was about to pull Jiang Xian back, his god soul was hit hard all of a sudden. His god soul at the half-incipient god realm was close to the great master realm. Moreover, he had cultivated the god soul defense technique which could stop normal god soul attacks. If Ling Xiao didn't use the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop, he wouldn't have been able to deal with Jiang Tu. It was lucky that Ling Xiao had foresight. With the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop, his soul attacks could be compared to the soul attacks of the Great Master Realm experts. Jiang Tu's defense couldn't withstand even one strike. It was broken in just a blink of an eye. Arg! Jiang Tu's god soul was attacked. He screamed. At this moment, Gan Linchu changed his attack route. He gave up on Jiang Xian and aimed at Jiang Tu. Rumble! Rumble! Waves of earth-shaking chaotic space attacks bombarded Jiang Tu unceasingly. Even if he had a top-grade divine weapon, he couldn't endure it. Jiang Tu's Dark Devil Tiger immediately helped its master and intercepted Gan Linchu's Sacred Beast. The other half-incipient God Realm expert was startled. He hurried to block Gan Linchu's attacks for Jiang Tu. However, not far from them, Ling Xiao had prepared the second wave of attacks. The Bodhi Divine Bow in his hand emitted a green light. The energy condensed at one point, and the divine arrow shot out. Swoosh! A green light crossed the sky like a meteor, directly attacking the half-incipient God Realm expert. Ling Xiao had used all his strength for this arrow. He had to succeed with this arrow. Indeed, the half-incipient God Realm warrior was busy dealing with Gan Linchu's attack. He didn't have time to deal with this sudden arrow. Rumble! The half-incipient God Realm expert didn't even have time to scream before this arrow shot him into a puddle of blood. Gan Linchu continued to chase after Jiang Tuesday. However, Jiang Tu had already recovered from his injured divine soul. He did not immediately counterattack Gan Linchu. Instead, he quickly retreated and summoned his dark demon tiger back. He looked at Ling Xiao with a panicked expression. How can you know soul energy attacks? Are you a soul race clansman? Jiang Tu had suffered a soul attack. If he still did not know that Ling Xiao was related to the soul race, then he would have lived in vain. Whatever clansman, it has nothing to do with you anymore. Ling Xiao chuckled coldly as he unleashed another soul power attack. The Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop amplified his attack power once more, causing it to reach an extremely terrifying level. However, Ling Xiao failed this time. Jiang Tu could sense the existence of his soul energy attack. Moreover, he had used his space power to stop his god power attack. No wonder why you could make Jiang Xian fail when you were refining pellets. Your soul energy attack is really terrifying. Jiang Tu was forced back by Ling Zhao's soul energy attack. He screamed in fright. He had the power of a half-incipient god realm expert, but Ling Zhao's soul energy attack had forced him back. He wanted to run away. Anyway, Gan Linchu was standing next to him. Ling Xiao didn't expect that Jiang Tu would be that intimidating. He could sense his soul energy attack and even stop it. He had to change his plan immediately. His divine soul doppelganger immediately appeared and attacked Jiang Tu at the same time. The dragon power of the subduing dragon palm aimed at Jiang Tu's vital parts, while Gan Linchu also attacked. Of course, Jiang Tu couldn't sense the existence of Gan Linchu's divine soul avatar, but he had already activated his defense to the maximum. At the same time, he was using his ultimate attack on Gan Linchu. I want all of you to die. Jiang Tu looked ferocious. He roared and slashed the divine saber in his hand. Every slash carried a divine might that could split the earth. Streams of spatial turbulence that contained a black corrosive power surged down. Such a terrifying attack seemed to want to break the sky. If Ling Zhao's divine soul doppelganger hadn't caught him off guard, Gan Linchu would definitely have died. Who is it? Jiang Tu was blown away. He looked around and shouted in fright. Ling Xiao wouldn't answer him. He glided behind him and attacked with the subduing dragon palm one more time. Jiang Tu could only use his defense to block Ling Xiao's attack and counterattack from time to time. However, he couldn't find his target. Gan Linchu and his Saint Beast were dealing with the Dark Demon Tiger. He couldn't let Jiang Tu escape. Damn it. Do you really think this old man doesn't have the ability? Jiang Tu was indeed the existence closest to a supreme being. He roared and released all his aura. Waves of murderous tiger chi swept in all directions. Not good. Ling Xiao felt a terrifying power was about to descend. He was shocked. Demonic tiger reef. One by one, the dark demon tigers appeared out of thin air. They opened their mouths wide and roared madly. One after another, black balls that looked like pebbles exploded one after another. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In Jiang Tu's location, everything within several tens of thousands of miles was destroyed by the black light of the Devil Reef. Gan Linchu was severely injured by Jiang Tu's attack and was sent flying far away. Ling Xiao's avatar was also severely injured. If it wasn't for his strong defense, his avatar would have been destroyed by now. However, Jiang Tu wasn't in a good state either. His divine power had decreased by a lot. Jiang Xian, let's go. Jiang Tu didn't know if the invisible person was still there. He didn't dare to take the risk and rush to Jiang Xian's side. He grabbed Jiang Xian's arm and wanted to escape with him. However, just as he was about to pull Jiang Xian into the crack in the void, Jiang Xian suddenly moved. A sharp dagger appeared in his hand and he slashed at Jiang Tu's neck. Jiang Xian's attack was as fast as lightning. It was impossible to defend. Jiang Tu didn't suspect that Jiang Xian would attack him. He only sensed Jiang Xian's killing intent when the dagger was about to cut his throat. Jiang Tu's reaction was extremely fast. He instantly threw Jiang Xian away. However, Jiang Xian's attack was too sudden. The moment Jiang Tu was thrown away, the dagger had already cut his skin. A smear of red instantly appeared. At the same time, traces of netherworld ghost flame burned his skin. Of course, Jiang Tu wasn't killed by Jiang Xian just like that. However, he was scared out of his wits. The cut flesh and the burning netherworld ghost flame made him feel that death was so close. Moreover, he was ambushed by his own people. It made his heart turn cold. It's over. Jiang Xian, what are you doing? Jiang Tu roared. Who was Jiang Xian? He was the personal disciple of the Devil Tiger Sect's only supreme alchemy god. He was also a direct descendant of the Devil Tiger Sect. Jiang Tu could believe that Gan Linchu would betray the Devil Tiger Sect. However, he absolutely didn't believe that Jiang Xian would betray the Devil Tiger Sect. He didn't understand what was going on. He felt that he couldn't make sense of it. Jiang Xian didn't even bother replying to him. He directly flew back to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't want Jiang Tu to bring Jiang Xian back to the Devil Tiger Sect. Jiang Xian was a godly alchemist. He didn't want to let him go like this. His god soul appeared again. He immediately drew his bow and shot the Bodhi divine arrow towards Jiang Tuesday. He could only give up on Jiang Tu now. This man was too hard to capture. Jiang Tu wanted to capture Jiang Xian. He had to know what was going on and why his people had betrayed the Devil Tiger Sect. However, just as he was about to move, a powerful green light rushed towards him. This arrow was shot by Ling Xiao using his divine soul doppelganger, so one could imagine how terrifying its power was. Jiang Tu was worthy of being an experienced half-incipient God realm expert. He knew that it was too late to dodge. The half-ancient divine weapon in his hand gathered all of his energy and attacked the divine arrow. Rumble! Rumble! A series of explosions rang out high up in the sky. Balls of light bloomed like beautiful fireworks. Many of the spatial forces were shattered, and countless turbulence splashed in all directions. When everything disappeared, Jiang Tu's physical body was completely destroyed. However, one of his doppelgangers had already taken the opportunity to escape into the void. Ling Xiao, you bastard! I will take revenge for this sooner or later. Jiang Tu shouted angrily. Ling Xiao had asked Gan Linchu to chase after him. However, Jiang Tu's Dark Demon Tiger had intercepted him. Apparently, the Dark Demon Tiger hadn't signed a master-servant contract with Jiang Tuesday. Even if Jiang Tu's body was destroyed, the tiger didn't need to die. Ling Zhao's soul was already injured, and he had used all of his strength to shoot that arrow. His soul power was extremely weak, and he couldn't stop Jiang Tu's clone. He could only watch as Jiang Tu's clone fled. Ling Zhao sighed. What a pity. Anyway, he ran away. It's impossible for him to recover to half-incipient God realm. Jiang Tu had lost his real body. Unless he could seize his body again, he would never be able to return to his peak. He wasn't a threat for the time being. The only thing he needed to worry about was that the Demon Tiger sect might know about the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop and connect it to the Soul Clan. However, it was useless to worry now. The only thing he could do was to increase his competence. When he reached the Supremacy Realm, he would kill as many enemies as they came. Moreover, he had the protection of the Medicine Union. No one in the Tianyuan district could hurt him. Miao Qingyue was dead. Even if his teacher Zhuo Xinghong investigated, he would know that Miao Qingyue was killed by the Demon Tiger sect. It had nothing to do with Ling Xiao. At that time, the Demon Tiger sect would have to face the fury of the Medicine Union. No one from the Demon Tiger sect would ever dare to step into the Tianyuan district again. The Medicine Union would form an alliance with Dragon Gate in the Supremacy Realm. The good days of the Demon Tiger sect would come to an end. Chapter 1386. At this time, all the upper echelons of the Medicine Alliance were gathered in the main hall. A portion of the people sitting here were divine alchemists, and there were also many sovereign martial artists. These dozens of people represented the most powerful existences in the Medicine Alliance. Each of them could shake the Tianyuan district with a stomp of their feet. Could be seen how monstrous their power was. On the 3 divine thrones, there were already 2 old men sitting on the left and right. They were the 2 hall masters of the Medicine Alliance, Lian Haogong and Zhuo Xinghong. Only the middle seat was empty. That was the seat of the most supreme hall master, Song Yang. He did not appear in this meeting. Today, I have gathered everyone here to announce an important news. From today onwards, our Medicine Alliance will sever all transactions with the Devil Tiger sect. At the same time, our Medicine Alliance will start a war with the Devil Tiger sect. In the future, if we find anyone from the Devil Tiger sect, we will kill them. In addition, we will seal the domain gate of the Heaven Tiger region. We are not allowed to have any contact with the people of the Heaven Tiger region. Lian Haogong said angrily. Lian Haogong's decision undoubtedly caused a huge uproar. When everyone did not understand what was going on, Zhuo Xinghong threw out another sentence. This old man's disciple, Qingyue, was killed by the people of the Devil Tiger sect. They are still chasing after Elder Ling Xiao. They want to kill the 2 youngest divine alchemists in our guild. They deserve to die. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the main hall was incomparably furious. They finally understood why the 2nd hall master made such a decision. Turned out that such a big thing had happened. Who didn't know that Miao Qingyue was the direct disciple of the 3rd hall master? He might have become one of the future successors of the guild. But now he was actually killed. No wonder they had to go to war. As for the Devil Tiger sect wanting to kill Ling Xiao, it was within their expectations. After all, Ling Xiao was from the Dragon Gate. However, Ling Xiao had already joined their Medicine Alliance. Even so, the Devil Tiger sect still dared to be so arrogant and kill someone in their territory. They simply didn't put the Medicine Alliance in their eyes. As the orders were sent out, the Medicinal Union directly dispatched a great realm expert and more than 10 half-incipient God realm experts to the myriad Maple Mountain range to rescue Ling Xiao. At the same time, they immediately spread the news of the decision they had made to deal with the Demon Tiger sect to the entire Heaven Source area. After most of the people had left, only the 2 palace lords and Yen Dai Jiao's group of 3 remained. Preposterous. That animal doesn't have any breadth of mind at all, to actually want to conspire with the Devil Tiger sect's people to harm Ling Xiao. In the end, he was killed by others instead. Truly disgraceful. Zhuo Wenhong scolded with a pained look. Miao Qingyue was killed by the people of the Devil Tiger clan. could be said that he brought this upon himself. He actually plotted with the people of the Devil Tiger clan to trap and kill Ling Xiao. In the end, he also lost his life. This information was found by Zhuo Wenhong from San Chuanhua's God Soul. This matter was too vile, so Zhuo Wenhong naturally didn't want to announce it. He could only push all the bad reputation onto the Devil Tiger sect. After all, the Devil Tiger sect really wanted to attack Ling Xiao, and Ling Xiao was also a member of their guild. Now that Miao Qingyue was dead, they absolutely couldn't hope for anything to happen to Ling Xiao. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to explain to the Dragon Gate and Kim people. Besides, they hoped that they could subdue Ling Xiao and make Ling Xiao stay in the guild forever, replacing Miao Qingyue as the future supreme master of their guild. The reason why they broke off their relationship with the Devil Tiger sect, other than to show that their guild was strong and that they didn't fear enemies, there was another reason. It was to prepare to rope in Dragon Gate and form an alliance with them. Qingyue was originally a good seedling, it was just that he was too narrow-minded. He brought this upon himself. This time, the Devil Tiger sect was actually so daring. It's time to let them know the power of our guild. I hope that Ling Xiao is fine. It's a matter of him becoming the alchemy god. No matter what, we have to make him stay, Lian Haogong said. I see that brat's bones are firm and unyielding. He isn't someone who would betray Dragon Gate. I'm afraid his heart will be on the side of Dragon Gate. Zhuo Wenhong sighed. This is a bit of a pity, but heroes can't escape from the land of tenderness. Everything will depend on Zhao Er's ability. Lian Haogong looked at Yan Dai Jiao and said. Yan Dai Jiao rolled her eyes at Lian Haogong and said, Second Master, what does this have to do with me? He paused for a moment before continuing. Ling Xiao of Dragon Gate and Yen Yang of the Yen clan are both good youths. They have the potential to become alchemy gods in the future and can be considered to be a good match for you. However, between the two of them, Ling Xiao is more outstanding. However, Yen Yang has the support of the Yen clan's ancestor. He is also someone who can be compared to us. It can be said that both of them have their own advantages. You little girl, choose one of the two. However, you must make them stay in the guild. You are the heart of us three old men. You can't be taken away by others. Otherwise, us three old men will be sad. Zhuo Wenhong's words were the truth. Although he liked Miao Qingyue, he already knew that there was something wrong with Miao Qingyue's heart. The person the three old men truly cared about the most was Yan Dai Jiao. This was because she was the future successor that the three of them had poured a lot of effort into nurturing. They definitely couldn't let her marry far away. She had to be a member of the Alchemy Alliance forever. Their positions still needed her to inherit. I won't choose. I want to stay by the three masters' side and serve you all forever. Yan Dai Jiao's face became a bit red as she replied. A handsome face quietly appeared in her mind. Her heart had already quietly left a gap for that person. Hee, that's even better. Then we won't have to worry about no one to send us off in the future. Lian Haogong lightly stroked his white beard and smiled. Second Master, you can't say such inauspicious words. Yan Dai Jiao tugged on Lian Haogong's beard and acted like a spoiled child. Hee, I won't say it. I won't say it in the future. Lian Haogong revealed a kind expression. Zhuo Wenhong also revealed a gratified expression. The pain of Miao Qingyue's death had already been diluted. In their eyes, Yan Dai Jiao's position was truly not something anyone could compare to. Even if they wanted Yan Dai Jiao to find a man, they had to ensure that that man would be recruited to be a lackey. They couldn't let the successor that they had nurtured be taken away by someone else. That wouldn't be worth it. In the 10,000 Maple Mountain range, the people from the Medicine Alliance had already found Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's body was extremely battered, but his life was not in danger. This caused the people from the Medicine Alliance to let out a sigh of relief. Of course, this was all a facade that Ling Xiao had kept. He had pretty much killed everyone from the Devil Tiger sect. With his strength, recovering from his injuries would be extremely easy. However, in order to let others know that he had been chased by the Devil Tiger sect, he had kept his battered appearance. This would allow the Medicine Alliance to firmly believe him. Ling Xiao was escorted back to the Medicine Alliance while the others continued to search for the Devil Tiger sect. As soon as he returned to the Medicine Alliance, Yan Dai Jiao actually personally came out to welcome him. This caused the people from the Medicine Alliance to feel that something was off. Ling Xiao, are you all right? Yan Dai Jiao's beautiful eyes carried traces of concern as she asked. For some reason, when she heard that Ling Xiao had returned safely, she actually felt an impatience to see him. In the end, she couldn't control herself and ran out to welcome him. She didn't think that she liked Ling Xiao. Instead, she felt that she only had a trace of good feelings towards him. After so many years, other than her senior apprentice brother, Ling Xiao was the second person that felt this way. That day, when she heard that her senior apprentice brother had died, she felt a bit sad. However, when she heard that Ling Xiao was still being chased, she became even more worried. Even if she didn't admit that she liked Ling Xiao, she really didn't want anything to happen to Ling Xiao. Senior apprentice Sister Jiao, we have the undying god fate. How could anything happen to us? Ling Xiao couldn't help but tease Yan Dai Jiao. If Xian Yao heard this, he would immediately correct Ling Xiao. It's the undying cockroach fate. Haha, you're really arrogant. Yan Dai Jiao sweetly smiled. She then said, it's good that he's not dead. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain to your Dragon Gate. Is that so? Aren't you worried at all? Ling Xiao asked Yin Dijiao. Yan Dai Jiao's heart trembled, and her face became red. Fortunately, her veil blocked it, so Ling Xiao didn't see it. She hurriedly replied, I'm not worried about you. Go to the main hall, my third master wants to see you. After speaking, she left the scene as if she was escaping. Looking at this beautiful figure, Ling Xiao felt that it was infinitely good to be alive. He wanted to live like this forever. For someone like him, who was feared by others, only by continuously becoming stronger could he make those who provoked him suffer on the spot, and not become a ghost under someone else's blade. Ling Xiao once again arrived at the main hall of the guild. Zhuo Wenhong sat on the seat on the right, while Yan Dai Jiao obediently stood to the side, not even glancing at Ling Xiao. Greetings, Third Hall Master. Ling Xiao bowed to Zhuo Wenhong. He was somewhat nervous, afraid that Zhuo Wenhong would find out about his plan. That would be troublesome. No need for formalities, Zhuo Wenhong replied. He then said, Ling Xiao, I've wronged you regarding Qingyue's matter. Third Hall Master, this is? Ling Xiao pretended to be ignorant. He couldn't admit that he already knew about Miao Qingyue's ill intentions towards him. Otherwise, wouldn't it be telling Zhuo Wenhong that he was already on guard? Zhuo Wenhong smiled bitterly and said, forget it. It's better if you don't know about this. After pausing for a moment, he then said, my guild has already sworn an irreconcilable enmity with the Devil Tiger sect. In the future, there won't be a single person from the Devil Tiger sect here. You can rest assured and stay here. If you need anything, you can find Jiao Er. Our guild will definitely help you become the supreme alchemy god. Zhuo Wenhong also felt guilty that his disciple had done such a thing to Ling Xiao. Now that he gave Ling Xiao a promise, it would also make him feel better. Ling Xiao was overjoyed and said, many thanks, Third Hall Master. With Zhuo Wenhong's words, he could boldly ask for resources in the future. Chapter 1387. With all his worries resolved, Ling Xiao could now stay in the Alchemy Guild with peace of mind. He refined many divine pills for the Alchemy Guild as a contribution to the guild and let others know that he was truly a divine alchemist. Of course, the divine materials that Ling Xiao needed to refine the pills were provided by the guild, and every time he refined a cauldron of pills, the extra pills that were condensed belonged to him. He only needed to contribute one pill, and the guild also gave him a lot of resources as a monthly allowance. During this time, Yan Dijiao would appear in front of him from time to time, and she even suggested competing with Ling Xiao in pill refinement. Ling Xiao naturally did not refuse. He also knew that Yin Dijiao's pill refinement skills were quite extraordinary. Most importantly, in addition to the flame source, Indijao actually also possessed the Buddhist cleansing cauldron, which was ranked third among the 9 great divine cauldrons. For the Buddhist cleansing cauldron to be ranked above the obsidian divine cauldron, its effects were naturally extraordinary. Its entire body was pure white, and there were simple and complicated patterns circling around it, as if strange scenes would appear from time to time. It had 3 legs, 8 ears, and the shape of the cauldron was smooth and round. It looked quite exquisite, and it gave people the feeling that it was a divine cauldron for refining elixirs tailored for women. In reality, during the primordial era, the first owner of the Buddhist cleansing cauldron was also a strong woman. Although Ling Xiao did not understand its mysteries, when his obsidian divine cauldron and the Buddhist cleansing cauldron appeared, the 2 divine cauldrons seemed to be competing with each other. It was as if the 2 divine cauldrons wanted to compete with each other. The 9 great ancient divine cauldrons were Heaven-Raising Cauldron, Earth-Melting Cauldron, Buddhist Cleansing Cauldron, Chaotic Lightning Cauldron, Obsidian Divine Cauldron, Morning Golden Bell Cauldron, Heaven Goo Cauldron, Holy Mother Water Cauldron, and Forging Cauldron. Every one of them had extraordinary origins, but not all of them were used for pill refinement. For example, the Heaven Goo Divine Cauldron passed down by the ancestors of the Goo race was most suitable for refining Goo poisons. The Forging Cauldron was used to forge weapons, and it also possessed terrifying offensive abilities. The other divine cauldrons also had their own wondrous uses. Of course, they could all be used for pill refinement, but the effects were different. The 2 of them continued to refine pills and exchange pointers. Their relationship could be said to be advancing at a tremendous pace. As for the monstrous divine alchemist Yen Yang, he was ignored by Yen Daijiao. In the end, he came clean with Yen Daijiao and was sent away by Yen Daijiao with a good guy card. Yen Yang's temperament was rather carefree as he said, "I already knew it would be like this. The one you like is Brother Ling." During these days, Yen Yang often came to find Yen Daijiao, so he and Ling Xiao could be said to be acquainted. The 2 of them had similar personalities and became friends. That was why he said that he was a bystander. Before Yen Yang left, he did not forget to extend an invitation to Ling Xiao, hoping that Ling Xiao could come to the Yen clan as a guest when he was free, so that he could fulfill his duties as a host. Of course, Ling Xiao readily agreed. He really wanted to make a trip to the Tiankei domain. There weren't many powerful sects in the Tiankei domain, but there were quite a few ancient clans. Other than the Yen clan, the ancestors of Shen Yuye's bloodline clans, the Barbarian clan and the Gu clan had also moved there in the ancient times. Therefore, Ling Xiao really had to make a trip to the Tiankei domain in the future. Looking at Yen Yang's departing figure, Ling Xiao softly said to Yen Daijiao, "Actually, Brother Yang is not bad. It's a pity that you missed out on him." Yen Daijiao unhappily kicked Ling Xiao and said, "Humph, you're all smelly men. What's so good about you?" She didn't know why, but the more she interacted with Ling Xiao, the harder it was for her to control her emotions. The demeanor of a little girl was always forced out by this man, causing her to lose all her dignity. During this period of time, she could finally confirm that she was really happy and comfortable with this man. This man was younger than her, but he far surpassed her in every aspect. Moreover, his conversation was humorous and interesting. When he refined pills, he was also very focused and elegant, causing her to slowly become infatuated with him. However, this man always seemed to deliberately keep his distance from her, causing her to be extremely depressed. She was the number 1 beauty of the Tianyuan domain, and there were countless men chasing after her, but this man seemed to have no feelings for her. She wondered if it was because she was wearing a veil so he couldn't see her beauty. Men are not smelly. For example, I am not smelly, and my whole body is filled with the fragrance of medicine. Ling Xiao said narcissistically, "Stop being so smug. Let's go back and compete again. Every time we can't refine 3 pills at once, but now you can refine 4 pills. Is there any reason?" Yen Daijiao said unconvinced. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "No need to compete, senior sister Jiao. You are already very strong. Many people can't compare to you. You should be satisfied." In truth, Yen Daijiao was only a low-level god king, and it was already amazing that she could refine 2 divine pills at once. Once her strength reached another level, she would definitely be able to refine more. Her alchemy tenbin was indeed not something ordinary people could compare to. Ling Xiao also secretly praised the successor chosen by the 3 alchemy gods in his heart. You say one thing but mean another. In front of you, I am still far from being comparable. Are you looking down on me and don't want to compete with me? Yan Dai Jiao said with some dissatisfaction. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, No, senior sister Jiao, you are worrying too much. In fact, I should also go into seclusion for a period of time to break through to the next step. What, you want to break through to supremacy? Yan Dai Jiao's beautiful eyes widened as she exclaimed. I'll give it a try. This step is not easy, and many people have been stuck at this step. I don't know if I can take it or not. Ling Xiao sighed. Although his preparations were almost done, the supremacy step was not something that could be broken through just by accumulating energy. It also required the comprehension of the world's energy. Only by combining the two would one be able to take this step. This was not something an ordinary person could break through. Although Ling Xiao had always been very confident in himself, he also believed that everything would go smoothly. Especially in front of the most important checkpoint of his life, he had no choice but to be cautious. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Yan Dai Jiao's eyes sparkled as she revealed a look of worship and said, You're too amazing! How old are you, yet you're already trying to break through to supremacy? It's really infuriating to compare with others. Yan Dai Jiao was very familiar with historical records and knew that no one had ever become a supremacy before the age of 100. Although she didn't know if Ling Xiao would succeed, his actions were already enough to be recorded in the annals of history. She had always thought of herself as an out-and-out genius, but compared to Ling Xiao, the gap between her and Ling Xiao was really too big. Of course, don't you know who this divine teacher is? I am the number 1 since ancient times. Ling Xiao said with his chest puffed out. That's the truth. Then I'll let you succeed in one go. Yan Dai Jiao did not object. She then asked, Do I need to prepare anything for you? I can ask Master and the others for a supreme divine item to help you break through. No need. Just arrange a secluded cultivation place for me. Ling Xiao replied. Yan Dai Jiao knew that Ling Xiao had already made preparations and did not say anything else. She brought him to the secluded cultivation place. There were many supremacy and incipient god realm experts in Palace City, so there were naturally high-level secluded cultivation places for those who wanted to break through to the incipient god realm. The Source Tower was the tallest divine tower in Palace City. It was an ancient divine artifact that was used to gather heaven and earth spiritual chi and source energy in Palace City. The Source Tower had 49 floors, and each floor gathered different amounts of energy. It was the best place for outstanding experts to cultivate in seclusion. Looking at the Source Tower from afar, it seemed to be floating in the air, giving off an illusory feeling. The spirit chi and Genesis chi that it had gathered were all wrapped around it, giving it the charm of a celestial tower. At the top of the tower was a dazzling 5-colored divine heaven stone that emitted a dazzling divine light. No one dared to look at it directly. Ling Xiao inwardly praised. No wonder the Medicine Alliance took out that small 5-colored divine heaven stone to auction. They didn't put it in their eyes. This is the place where we normally go into seclusion to break through. If you want to break through to the highest level, you'll need to at least reach the 40th floor. This is the medallion you need to show to enter the tower. Give it to the tower guard elder and he'll let you in, said Yan Dai Jiao as she handed a medallion to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao took the token and said gratefully, Many thanks, Senior Sister Jiao. Ling Xiao was even more confident that he could break through in such a place. Yan Dai Jiao gently pushed Ling Xiao and said, Hurry up and go. I'm looking forward to you becoming the strongest person in the ancient land. Ling Xiao didn't waste any more words. He nodded and strode towards the entrance of the Source Tower. The guard of the Origin Tower was a half-incipient God Realm elder. When Ling Xiao came near, his sleepy eyes shot out a divine light like electric beams. However, his eyes might have pressured ordinary god kings, but they didn't pressure Ling Xiao at all. "Do you have the token to enter the tower?" the tower guardian elder asked in a low voice. Ling Xiao bowed slightly to the tower guardian elder and then handed over the token that Yan Daijiao had given him. The tower guardian elder received the token in surprise and looked at Ling Xiao with a complicated expression. "You can go in. Besides the top 7 floors, you can enter all the other floors." Besides the top 7 floors, he could choose to use the remaining 42 floors for seclusion. Ling Xiao nodded and then strode towards the source tower. The tower guardian elder looked at the token and then at Ling Xiao's figure. He thought to himself, "Why is the goddess token on him? So strange." Just as he was about to think of something, a beautiful figure appeared in front of him. The tower guardian elder quickly jumped up from his chair and bowed to Yan Daijiao. "Greetings, goddess. No need to be so polite. Give me the token." Yan Daijiao smiled and replied, "Yes, goddess." The tower guardian elder immediately gave the token that Ling Xiao had given him to Yan Daijiao. In fact, Ling Xiao didn't know that there was a condition to enter the source tower. One needed to contribute to the guild. The greater the contribution, the higher the floor they could enter. And Ling Xiao had only joined the guild 3 months ago as a guest elder. He hadn't contributed much to the guild yet. With his status, he could only go below the 30th floor. It was impossible for him to go above the 30th floor, let alone above the 40th floor. Yan Daijiao had put in a lot of effort for him. Unfortunately, he couldn't understand it. You're tuning in to the Legend of the Vagabond YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.